fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Because we had just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that Smackdown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of Smackdown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we had just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we had just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, it would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're wanted one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth of wild. We call us brother child. We spend our nights on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth of wild. We stand, we won't fall. We wanted one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth of wild. Wild. Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it, God, damn it!
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to PWT Presents The Burial of Dave Meltzer. Can I get a yeet? I am your host, the infallible, the fanatical, the quite frank, and the furious Phil Marks. Yeah. Welcome. Guys, run the likes up. Hope you're all doing well. I'm finally back from the hospital here. Mini Marks related. That's happened before. This is actually unrelated. Got home, and turns out I'm sick, guys. Unfortunately, I'm sick, you know. It's not good, you know. I'm sick and goddamn tired of this guy, Dave Meltzer, running his chicken lips. All right? So we're going to bury his ass, as the title indicates. It's going to be very Dave-focused show. We're not going to pity-patty. We're not going to dilly-dally. As you all file in, hit the like button. 100 of you watching, roughly. Run those likes up to match the same. Do it for Mini Marks. Don't even do it for me. Do it for Dave. Do it for the end of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. It's finished. NXT utterly washed. AEW. And yeah, I'm going hard now because we're not going to stand around and let Dave Meltzer do this shit. And I've drawn the line. You guys slowly have heard me descending into like deep dark villain era. I'm sorry. I'm Bane now, you know? Sorry. I'm the Grinch now, you know? AEW got fucking washed. And yeah, we're going to swear in already 7 minutes in. Let's go. I'm going to tap in with chat. I was just talking with you guys a bit, which was cool. A little different, you know, different vibes to start the show. I like that. And yeah, as you all file in, run those likes up. And yeah, we're going to go off, baby. This is going to be an epic one for the ages, as they say. We're going in deep. I see someone in the chat. I'm going to get to that. It's a great thing. You just brought that up. This is a Dave Meltzer trash cast, and you just came out of nowhere with that women's U.S. title. Let's talk about that right now. Johnny Autism Wrestling. I'm not complaining about this, but I want to know who asked for the WWE Women United States title. Like, come on, Phil. Oh, come on now, Eric. Can't they come up with their own ideas for the women's title? Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with it. I wish they did Intercontinental, though, because it's more international. Guys, chat can let me know. I'm going to check in with you guys. I just saw that one. That was hilarious, by the way. I'm going to look at the super chats that I see there. I'm going to check in with what you guys are saying, and I'm going to let you guys tell me. So right now, as I get to these super chats, let me know in chat. Do you guys want me to super quickly review SmackDown, or do you just want me to do it in 10 seconds? I could just do a quick little review, tell you what I thought about the Bloodline shit if you guys want. But when we dive into these bookmarks, we're going full. I'm jumping Jeff Farmer, and we're going full force, okay, on Dave Meltzer. And we'll just jump right into that. And then we got tons of news. Tons of fucking headlines, other sicko shit. Like, we got sicko shit galore tonight, folks, okay? So, yeah, I've been all cooped up in a goddamn hospital. I'm ready to unleash here. I'm back in my habitat. And yeah, this is going to be a fun one. 131 of you, run the likes up. We're jumping into Phil Marks bookmarks right after these messages from our sponsors. No, Plenty and Pixel Art for $20 says chicken butt. He was joking with me in the chat before the show started, and thank you so much, dude. That's insane. And yeah, that's funny because I said chicken butt, and then you answer with this. So there you go, bro. Samesies, twinsies. The best guys, plenty on. I just thought of that. I don't know why. That is fucking hilarious. Ezra Gober for $3 says, sent you the Vaporwave remix of Meltzer's flute. What? The Vaporwave remix? Bruv, where? To my Ezra? To my Gmail? Where did you send that? In Twitter? Bro. Guys, we have an exclusive. We got an exclusive drop, the Vaporwave remix of Meltzer's flute, and you guys will tell me if it's hot or not. Let's go. Okay, thank you, Ezra. Let me know where it is, and I'm gonna find it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna sniff it out here. I am gonna put a poll in chat because I want to know. I'm gonna put a poll in the chat right now. We're starting a poll. Okay. Do you think Dave Meltzer has any credibility left? And I'm going to put a flute, and I pretty much know the answer, but don't worry. If you say yes, I'm going to ask you why. You know what I mean? So let's get into this thing. Yes or no? It's an easy pick. And there you go. Polls in the chat. You guys know the right answer, okay? So, Smackdown review super quickly. Yeah, we're at 50 likes. Run them up. There's 150 watching, so we can get to 100. I'm also watching UFC, by the way. No Collision. I'll fucking throw up everywhere if I got to do this Dave shit and watch Collision. So, you guys can let me know what happens on Collision in chat. Spoil it for us. I'm watching UFC. Dude just got starched real quick in the first round. Anyways, run those likes up. Okay. You guys run that poll as well, and let's dive into Phil Marks bookmarks here. Let's get right into things. How you all doing though? I want to check in with chat as well. Sorry, I don't mean to leave you guys hanging. Let's check in. I see members, horses, flutes, 69 to 100 mics, super Kame Guru, amazing. I'm sure you're in here. Shout out George and Plenty in as well. You ain't hype. I see all you guys, too, that are in the chat. If you consider becoming a member, Brad Becker, what's up, buddy? Yeet, we got Yeets in the chat. Yeah. Sick in the head, absolutely. Lincoln, you guys shouting each other out. I'm trying to scroll through, guys. Your Gmail, amazing. Thanks for the super. You could have just said it in chat, bro. Thanks for the super chat. So we're going to download that and play it on the show. Amazing. Thank you for the $3, Ezra Gobert. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. And we're in Phil Marks bookmarks here, but we're doing some like off the cuff start of the show. We're gonna I see it right here. Fuck Meltzer. It says, dude, what? Are you guys ready for this? I think we're doing this. E-mastered for Phil Marks. Okay. So let me just see. Let's see if this will play. I'm going to try and hear it first, guys. Sorry, I know, compelling radio, right? I just came in with all swinging, and now I'm trying to... Holy shit, guys. This is amazing. Okay, we're going to share this tab instead. Boom. You guys see that? We're right in Phil Marks' Gmail. Okay? Not only do I unveil the bookmarks, we're in the Gmail. Okay. Listen to this, chat. Listen. Oh my God. Yes. Yeah, that's for the sickos right there. Oh my God. That was amazing. Okay. No other streamer just opened their Gmails like that for you either, remember, or their bookmarks. Trust me. Listen, that is amazing. And I'm going to send that to Paul Nolan, and he's going to do some shit with that. Mark my word. Okay. It's going to be a whole thing we come up with. God damn, that was amazing. God, that just like flowed through me a little bit. I was like, damn, I could like feel it in my hands. It was like you called it the E master, right? It was like I popped a couple E's, feeling myself like Dave Meltzer, huh? Anyways, guys, so quick SmackDown review, super quick, okay? Here, I'm just going to type in WWE SmackDown results because I didn't plan on doing it, but I know you guys like reviews, you know, but this is going to be like super quick. So we're on Bleacher Report here. Opening segment. Yeah, so the Bloodline comes out. Sammy's, I can't remember if he's out there or what, but it's basically just like Jay and them. Hold on. They're like, we're going to do a War Games, but Sammy is our fifth guy, my dog and stuff. And I don't know if they're going to do 5-on-5 or if they're going to do 4-on-4. I say just do 4-on-4, unless all of a sudden we see, because like Lance Anoa'i has been working with WWE, right? Like he signed NXT, I guess, this whole time, and none of us talked about that, not even me. And then you got Zilla and you got Hikuleo who signed too. So it's like maybe they each bring out a fifth guy. Maybe it's just 4-on-4. I'm cool with either one. That's just to summate the Bloodline shit. Amazing the whole night. Candice LeRae came out at the top of the ramp. She did the high five to Indy Hartwell, even though Indy wasn't there. And it wasn't a botch. She did it as a symbol of like, hey, you know, you're still with us kind of thing. Indy also opened up on her YouTube channel. Go and check that out. She started a channel and she opened up about like what, how she feels and how she was shocked by the release and all that. So I'm not going to regurgitate her shit. But yeah, Bailey beats LeRae as it should be. And then I just don't really honestly remember some of this stuff. Yeah, Beast. Oh, yeah. Beef. Okay, so I was pissed. The Pretty Deadlies lost to DIY. Ciampa went full like Blackheart mode, just took over the match, beat them down, pinned them. God damn it, we need Pretty Deadly to get in that tag title picture. Speaking of tag titles, you know, the Motor City Machine Guns also had a match against Waller and Theory, and it was announced before that there's going to be a Waller effect, like the TV show Miz TV, but the Grayson Waller effect or whatever. And then they Nick Aldis, I guess, was like, fuck that, it's just leads to a match anyways, let's have a match. So they had a match, and it was awesome. The Machine Guns have like one of the coolest fucking entrances of WWE right now, bar none, you know. So Jade and Bianca versus Nia and Tiffany, Belair and Cargill got the win. And I just, again, it's not resonating with me hard, so I'm not going to bullshit my way through a review of the match or anything, but you know I love them all. And then just the finale stuff was amazing. Also, Tama Tonga, like on camera, he took a while to like get there with the new Bloodline, and he was like staring them down, the OG Bloodline, from the outside of the ring, like immensely staring holes through them, you know. And then somebody brought that up on Twitter, and he responded with a quote tweet with like a shadowy half picture of him in his Gorillas of Destiny face paint. And I don't know, I marked out for that. I'm a fucking mark, dude. And I was like, yes, I want to see Usos in their OG fucking Fruit Loops paint. You know, that looks like pebbles, fruity pebbles and shit. You know, that the colorful John Cena paint. I want to see those Usos take on the fucking GODs with the big body, hard body war paint. You know what I mean? Anyways, that was my review. Round of applause for SmackDown review portion of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Good? Did I do good? Did I do good? Okay, yeah, run those likes up for Seltzy Meltzy. And I'm going to drink some Red Bull here. Red Bull, it's great. And I also have a black cherry soda water, my favorite flavor. I used to like lime, but I shared one with CM Punk at that press conference, and now the taste gives me bad memories. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's dive into it, man. It is time for everybody's favorite segment. It is time for the main event, but we're gonna pull a fucking crown jewel and we're gonna do the main event first. And we might even switch over and just scroll through his feed, because at one point I found myself bookmarking so much of his shit that I went, Phil, just scroll through his goddamn feed. It's almost, he's just melting down, you know, it's all good. I don't even got to, but anyways, it is time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. And our boy Ezra, man, that one's being added to the soundboard. I just don't want to take up time doing it on the show and all of that. But yeah, I need those flutes in the chat. I want to see flutes as we talk about this. You know what I mean? El Guapo Diablo, a member for 5 months, has the right idea. He put flutes in the damn chat. And here we go. Let's go. I love it. All the flutes. So Dave Meltzer, we're rewinding a bit, okay? We're rewinding a bit. I might have even covered this a few days ago, but it's just a fresh reminder. So because we have to. We chronicle it here. This is like the last week of Meltzer. You know? This isn't a one isolated incident this week. It's Dave literally spiraling and just being a fucking scumbag, might I say. We're getting a yellow tick. YouTube ain't going to monetize this shit tonight, folks. But here we go. Dave Meltzer really fell for WrestleVotes. We saw this breaking. WWE has just announced that next year's Backlash will be hosted by Japan in the Tokyo Dome. Dave heard Tokyo Dome, got a little woody, and went, 2025 Backlash will be at the Tokyo Dome. And then he goes, literally, we covered it before. I know we're retreading here, but we have to do it. Literally, look at this. 9 minutes later, the guy goes, Backlash tweet was apparently fake. Like we all knew, Dave. Hey, Dave, breaking news. Holy shit. Hey, Dave, listen to PWT. You get better news, bro. You know? So it's crazy. So I'm leaving that forever bookmarked because this is hilarious. And look at this graphic. Like the graphic's decent, but just for him to get so easily worked by that, man, is pretty funny. You know? Now, we all post dumb shit. Maybe Dave made a little mistake. Earlier the other day on Twitter, someone said Jada Parker and Lola Vice had the first NXT women's hardcore match, and I'm dyslexic, and I fucking read women's hardcore match, and I was like, actually, Trish Stratus, you know, I did the Phil S. Marks thing to do. I'm a mark. It's my duty on Twitter to mark out and be like, no, Trish and Victoria did. And then I was corrected. I deleted that shit because I dummied, right? And I own the shit. You got to own it, right? Why does it fucking matter? We all make boo-boos, Dave. But the fact is he will go, this is my industry, as we're about to see. He's going to be like, if I were an executive, and we're about to see just a spiral happen, okay? Yeah, he's going to spy. He's going to puke. So, yeah, that's hilarious. That will live forever. And this as well, right? So we saw this cope. This is on the 1st, okay? So this is the last week here, week or so. NXT did $588K last night against the World Series in the Kamala Harris speech. Lowest since going to CW. And then we saw the cope for AEW rating was 628, considering the World Series number at more than 18 million. I'd consider this very good. And I guess that's not cope. It's just clearly Shillington. So Meltzer, right, the Hurt Syndicate, they appear on this last Dynamite, okay? PWT Live shows Wednesday night, as we also chronicle Dynamite. All right, so Dave Meltzer thinks the Hurt Syndicate came across like big stars on Dynamite last night, but still believes the show has too much ex-WWE talent. Now, why is Dave saying this finally? I'll tell you why. For Dementia Dave, a member for 1 month, Scott Hizzo. Let's go. Thank you so much. And yeah, you're always rocking with us, man. Appreciate that. Here, I'm going to leave that there for a minute. So Dave, like, he keeps backhand. I pointed out, he like backhand compliments wrestlers and he buries them, sort of like not trying to. But the reason he's actually saying this shit right now is because AEW is becoming more WWE-ish. You see it with their, you know, they're like WWE from 10 years ago or whatever. They're trying to be that, and they're trying to go more story focused and sports based, blah, blah, blah. But Dave spent decades in his newsletter trying to convince everyone that the greatest wrestling of all time was that Japanese style that is good and isolated. You know, I watch a New Japan pay-per-view here or there. I'll throw it on. You know what I mean? Wrestle Kingdom, I make sure I watch every one of those. So every year. So it's like I get it. I do like the shit too, but in America and like for the masses, it's not going to work, especially in America. And Dave just spent so much time trying to, and everyone said this before I said this too, you know, like I'm just regurgitating everyone now by saying this, but he tried to make everyone believe this type of wrestling was so great. And now like he's okay. If Will Ospreay was 48, he wouldn't give a fuck. Is the point I'm trying to make here, okay? Because AEW is going into more, here's superstars, and here's MVP and Lashley. And Punk and them bullied CM Punk out to bring it all the way back to Punk, okay? This is the burial of Dave Meltzer. Lock in. We're going to go, might spend hours on Dave tonight. Just me tying all these little knots together, okay? But he participated in, like, bullying CM Punk out of fucking AEW. And why did he do that? Why did Cody not work in AEW? Because they're trying to do the WWE thing, but alternative, you know? And like, I don't know. I like, we all kind of want this, you know, I guess. I don't want to be like, oh, we were right. Or I was right about like doing WWE's better. But there is things you can't be WWE light and just sign up all the ex-WWE guys. I totally agree, especially with the shit they all be talking. And we're going to get to some of that later too. Kenny Omega was talking about, telling Xavier Woods, yeah, I can't wait till you try pro wrestling or whatever. Obviously, he wants us to talk about it on the show and get worked up and build heat, da-da-da-da. But to me, that whole real pro wrestling thing, you know what I mean? Then why is Tony? I've been telling all these sickos forever. And like when I was deep down with the sickness, and I still am, goddammit. I watch every Dynamite. Like, come on, I stay up with it. And even when I was like really down with the sickness though, at the start, like I'd be telling the dude, like the sickos, you know, before they were called that. And they were my people. I was in with them, dude, wearing Orange Cassidy shirts and everything. And I'm telling them, like, listen, though, we can't be. You got to understand, we got to go sports entertainment-y with this, but take what was good about the indies, but make it sports entertainment-y, right? Like, yeah, let's do the thing, you know, the revolution, the feeling, game changers, all that shit. But it's like, at some point you go, all right, Tony Khan is the guy who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, you know? And when Cody, who is like the soul, the heart and soul of AEW leaves, and Meltzer, I don't know. Meltzer didn't like go hard on Cody, but he backs up the Bucks in them. You know that. Right? And then Dave here, he's saying this because his dream of the Ospreys, they're not getting over. And he was trying to tell everybody, like, that's the future, the GOAT, the greatest. This is the future of wrestling, but it just isn't. It's good as like indie isolate. Sometimes on NXT you get like a flippy match once every 2 weeks. You get a crazy hardcore match with a brick in the face. You get a pile driver on SmackDown. Sorry, in my SmackDown review, I totally skimmed over that, by the way. Obviously, the pile driver broke the internet. We're going to get into that because it's in the sicko segment, right? So, because we have meltdowns, everyone crying about a fucking pile driver now, and it was the most brilliant heat in pro wrestling. And how long, dude? Like, it was legit. We all know it's a work too. Like, he's not actually hurt or anything. And yeah, we'll talk about that later. But now that they're going more WWE, Dave Meltzer has no choice but to like call this shit out. And he didn't want Punk there because he's a WWE guy. He didn't want a fucking Lashley there because he's a WWE guy. He didn't want an MVP there because he's a WWE guy. He didn't want a fucking Shelton Benjamin there because he's a WWE guy. You know, and unless the WWE guy is like a Ricochet, like fits that mold of what he perceives to be what is great, 5 stars, 7 stars, then he is going to shit on it, I guess, regardless now. However, though, at the same time, I think Dave thinks that he's putting them over here at the same time, but he's not at all. He's actually burying AEW as a whole. And I point this out, I psychoanalyze it every episode because we have to, man. He's sitting here saying like, yeah, these guys came off like huge stars. It's too much ex-WWE on the show, though. And it's like, damn, dude, you're literally sitting here telling them that the only stars are fucking WWE guys, basically, you know? Like, who does Dave come out and go, this guy's like a really big star? It's either someone who flips like crazy. I guess he does it about Mystico and shit, but yeah, he's like a luchador. It's just, of course these guys come across like stars because they are. You know what I mean? And I know some people will argue like, no, a star means like they're a draw and stuff. I get it. No one's bigger than WWE. Like, no one wrestler, not even Roman, is bigger than WWE. Maybe you could argue Roman's maybe starting to, who knows? But like, when you get like become that Hulk Hogan, John Cena, The Rock, maybe even CM Punk in some ways. It's here. I'll take this dementia Dave off. By the way, it's a good thing, but it's a rare thing. So some people will argue like, oh, come on now, Phil, a big star is really somebody who can draw like 1 million viewers, whatever. These guys are stars. They look the part. Look at these dudes. They look like they'll beat the shit out of everyone in every room, and they will, you know, for real. So it's amazing. To me, this is the only shit I like in Dynamite right now is the fucking Hurt Syndicate, and it's just ex-WWE stuff for sure. Meltzer is right about this. Like, I'm not even saying he's wrong, right? But again, another backhand compliment, obviously. And they're copying I know I'm dwelling on this Hurt business thing, and you guys want to get to the real juice, but here's the other thing, too, I got to point out. You know, the other night on Dynamite, MVP approaches Ricochet, says like, you're gonna join us, or whatever the fuck happened, right? That's literally a Raw storyline from like 4 years ago or whatever. You know, they dug the shit out, or during the pandemic or whatever. They're like, yeah, you're gonna join, you're gonna win your match against Cedric, or we're gonna like jump you into the Hurt business, or whatever they did on Raw. And it's the literal same thing. It's copy paste. Alfred Kunawa put it greatly. Shout out Pro Wrestling Bits. He said, what did he say? Sorry, I want to get it right. He's like, yo, WWE, NXT did an homage to ECW, and AEW did an homage to WWE or whatever. The way he worded it was brilliant. Anyways, got to point that all out. Continuing along here. So shout out Wrestling Soup, who made us this little graphic here. This will go in my next video. Yeah, I mean, shout out Anthony J with the let the games begin. Yeah, because I can just go in there and get the juice right from the source. So anyways, Dave Meltzer on the ECW themed edition of NXT last night. He admits, he goes, it was a pretty fun show. Not everything worked, but the crowd was hot from the start. Small crowd, but sold out because it's a small building. They were loud and they reacted like the old school ECW arena. The irony is, of course, to me, is the whole thing with ECW was that they were rebelling against the big companies. They were the small company, and here they're going crazy like it's ECW for a WWE show. And I just found that totally amusing. And if Wrestle Talk copied and pasted this from Wrestling Observer, whoever transcribed this, typo, but found that totally amusing. Dave, yeah, guess when we all found that totally amusing and got over it? In 2007, when they did the second ECW One Night Stand and they brought back the whole fucking brand. Dave, that's when we all found it amusing. Jesus Christ. It's, yeah. Why is this amusing? You know, Ring of Honor was the same thing. You could say that it's amusing to Dave now. That it was the small company rebelling against the big company. Yeah, that's why they did a small building with the developmental, right? Because Triple H has always treated NXT like, we're the revolution. Remember when they invaded SmackDown that one time and shit, and Adam Cole Baby was wrestling on SmackDown and shit? Like, that was his vision. And now we're seeing it come to fruition now because Vince is out of the way, right? And also, it's like, dude, they own ECW. So it doesn't matter what the fuck was funny about it that long ago when we've already had reboots and the ECW Zombie and Big Show and shit in the chain. Like, yeah, Dave, we're over that. They're trying to restore the old feeling, which you admit, but you find it amusing, hopefully in a good way. Hopefully he's not like trying to bury it with what he's saying, but I'm here to bury Dave because fuck him. That's why, to quote Dave Chappelle. So even Dave can't put a spin on this one. Shout out AEW Neckbeards. At Dave Meltzer, whatever, says Rampage did 172K. So Rampage does their lowest number, chat, of all the times. A 0.05 on Friday, lowest ever. And actually, there was NXT, no major competition at all. Smackdown was 1.43 M, 0.42. Smoked Rampage. I mean, what do you expect? But Rampage did like their lowest ever. Look at that demo. We can't do a demo spin. Well, I would say 9% because of the, So, yeah, he couldn't even put a spin on this one himself. And he never really does for Rampage. But again, to psychoanalyze this, what your boy Phil does, right? Why Dave is comfortable just being so brash, rather, about Rampage. Well, because that show's disappearing. I think I may have pointed that out last live show or during a run-in or something. But Rampage is disappearing. So support Wrestle Talk. I'm looking at Wrestle. Sorry, guys. It literally is like in the back of your mind. Whenever I see that shit on Twitter, or on YouTube, I don't even need to hear them say it. I just hear it in my head. But yeah, that show's going away. So just expect them to be like, it's a nothing burger, because they have no choice but to do that. Anyway, so do you think, okay, so now we get to the 7th, right? So this is when the ratings come out. Look, I got so much. This is from the 7th on, chat. Okay. So let's just look here. Let's go through all of this. You see it? Like, we're going to get to it all because Bischoff pipes in. But what's important is this right here. Well, Wrestling Observer reports the expectation has been that AEW is running Forbidden Door at the O2 Arena next year, but haven't been able to announce the arena. So you're not able to announce the arena because you don't have the arena, dumb Dave. Anyways, side quest. This is the main thing, right? So let's look at this, chat. Now, I don't normally do this, but this is the burial of Dave Meltzer. So we're going to break down quarter hours here on PWT. Yeah. Moose Knuckle became a new member. Wow. Thank you so much, Moose Knuckle. Appreciate you being a member, bud. And I'm glad you're here. Ziggly Mustache for $7 says, I'm going to catch this one on the replay, but hope you cook Meltsy, Seltsy, Weltsy like a Thanksgiving turkey. Gobble, gobble, you mother Canuckers AEW collision.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh, yeah, thanks for watching. Collision tonight. I wonder if on that day he was putting out Rampage tweets like, thanks everyone who tuned in. It was a great show. Ricochet fought Commander.
This is great.
Ziggly Mustache. I'm going to bake him. Catch the replay. You're the man. Thank you for checking in. Super Duper Gamer has been a member for 1 month. Round of applause, chat, for all of our members and super chatters. I'm going to check in with you guys too. As I sort of break down, there's so many of you in here. 250 of you watching. Run the likes up, baby. And yeah, hit that like half an hour. We're at 100 likes or whatever. That's crazy. Time cop. So yeah, run those up and let's break down these quarter hours. And I'm going to look at what you guys are saying too. I'm lying. I'm not. If you really need to be seen, you got to fucking snooper duper chat me. Thank you, Conan. Oh, you wanted a Conan? I got you, buddy. Okay, so let's break down these quarter hours here. All right. I'm sorry, I can't find the Conan. All right. So both shows, by the way, fun fact, someone pointed this out. I know you're in chat. It was Pete in Texas or Lincoln Hawk. Someone pointed the shit out. I'm sorry, I forget who, but they said, yo, both shows, NXT and Dynamite, had the Big Bang Theory lead-ins. So right off the rip, NXT starts 674, 575, smoking them. It's on their own night. So we're going to talk about it with Dave, obviously, because we're going to read Dave's quote tweet, coping over these ratings. And yeah, it's their own night. So if anybody tries to talk shit to you guys on Twitter, in the comments, on Dumb Dumb Reddit, on Dumb Dumb Facebook, right? And they on Dumb Dumb Blue Sky or wherever these, you know what I mean? these fucking losers are running away to because they got destroyed. This is why, by the way. Okay. You just tell them it was their night. It's that simple. You're not even going to convince these sickos. It don't matter. So, anyways, Lola Vice and Jada Parker through ad break. MVP Swerve Strickland live promo recap. Darby Allin and Orange Cassidy versus Claudio Castagnoli and Pac. God damn, that's a lot to start the show with, man. So when you guys can go back and listen to the replay, I broke it down like the whole time. I was doing like color commentary king, like through the whole show, like going back and forth, looking back and forth. I tried to be supernatural. Like, what is supernatural? Ooh, spooky. No, I tried to be like as natural as possible as far as like, hey, what's luring my eyes? Like, I'm not going to think about, I typically like NXT more. I'm going to really look at this. So at the beginning of the show, I was saying, chat, hey, Hurt Business got me locked in because they're doing all these like pan overs of Philly and stuff. And I was like, whatever, I've seen the building before. It's cool. Yeah. Oh, layout's nice. Yeah. Ramp looks sick. Okay. Hurt Business is in the ring. But then quickly when Parker and Lola came out, it was just like, all right, fuck all that. Jada's on screen. You know what I mean? We're locked in. So that match cooked. I didn't give a shit about any of this Darby Allin stuff. Look how the viewership tanked. Now, I know it hurts these people's feelings, man. I know it does. And I know it hurts Dave's feelings. And I know it hurts Tony Khan's feelings, Tony McKhan's feelings. The
best guy's Tony Khan.
When Phil Marks says this shit, and I'm so sorry. Like, dude, I like Darby Allin. If I met him, I wouldn't even hate the dude. I know I've gone hard on him, like he talks shit about Kurt Angle. If I met Orange Cassidy, I wouldn't be like, fuck you, loser. You're a pussy, man. Like, no, it's nothing like that. It's just that you can't be in a top spot in pro wrestling, especially not in 2024 anymore. Maybe like a few years, like when wrestling was kind of in a lull, you could have got away with that shit. But it's like, listen, it's just we're back in an era where, yeah, people are smaller just in general, but no one wants to see you guys as tippy top guys. They don't want to see that. I'm so sorry. They don't. Blame Tony Khan. Blame Tony Khan.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
It's not my fault that I'm just telling you what the reality is. Okay? Like, people want to shoot the messenger. Right? People get mad. Like, you'll see fucking the sickoest of sickos get acknowledgement from, I try and put the shit over. Only PWT Universe.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledges me. No, I'm just kidding. But legit, though. Like, no one wants to see Garcia as a top guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if he wants to punch me because of that. Or, I'm sorry. You probably hate me if you ever heard me say that. I apologize. And the reason I'm apologizing on behalf of, like, wrestling fans, dude. Like the masses, bro. Not just for Phil Marks. The masses. Phil Masses here, okay? That's who I'm apologizing for when I say this, because, like, we just don't want to see it. I'm sorry. So anyways, we move along. Darby Allin, all of that. The Death Riders, their new name is the Death Riders. Mox is just a mark for his own shit. The conglomeration. And then Ishii's there. And then this fucking match goes on. We were calling it on Dynamite. And Meltzer's always like, Ishii's a legend. He's a legend. He's one of the best ever. You clearly don't know anything about New Japan if you don't think he sells. So it's just this weird match where, like, fucking Ishii gets a pin out of nowhere. It's like, dude, isn't this a retired New Japan guy who's not even on your fucking show every week? To quote the great and powerful Brendan Schaub, what are we doing here, B? So Wesley and Javon Evans through the ad break. There was a little RVD thing, like where he's backstage and Wesley attacks him and is like, whatever. And then RVD comes out, doesn't get physical at all, which I'm surprised no dirt sheet came out and was like, he can't get physical because of medical clear or some shit. But basically Javon did this frog splash. He kind of botched it. And the more they expose him, the more he's kind of just becoming like everyone else. Unfortunately, I love Javon, but just let him do his thing. Like, stop. Like, oh, here's Randy, here's Van Dam, here's fucking. Just chill, man. You know, here's John Cena. It's like, we get it, okay? Just let him do his thing, because you know he botched the RKO, he botched the frog splash. It's like putting too much on this kid's shoulders right now. So let him wrestle for a bit. He's so young. Anyways, though. We have ad break. I don't know. Are we really going to Ricochet and all this shit? The conglomeration still is going on this show, and they're just losing viewers. They spike up a bit for Stevie, Turner, Rhino. Well, no, it actually went down for NXT at this point, but this is like one of the biggest pops was Rhino in that. Stephanie, Vacker, Kalani, Jordan, all of them backstage. The learning tree in them. Okay, and then Moxley, he didn't draw shit because we see throughout the show he doesn't draw shit. So Jericho piques a little interest, and then Bubba Ray Dudley garners some interest. But this is what NXT does all the time, and I pointed it out to you guys a trillion times, that NXT like starts big, then they dupe a bit, and then they finish really big. Okay, and the overruns, they haven't been doing them, and it's been helping them a bit. Tony Khan tried an overrun with Lashley, and it worked a bit. He got a bit like 20K viewers, right? And then for this 9-minute overrun, he got 5K extra viewers, I guess. But that's nothing. That's like people flipping to that channel by like, oh shit, Avengers isn't on or whatever. So, you know, the women's Avengers in NXT are a draw. Look at that. All those women. That's the future of women's wrestling, bro, right there. Anyone who's like, oh, you know, I just want to like go to AEW. It's the future, the young guys, the roster. You're lying. You're lying. I'm calling you a liar right now. I don't give a shit. You know, told you guys I'm going hard tonight. I don't care. You're liar. Lying, point blank, period. So, yeah. What else? I'm just trying to look at like what really tanked the shit. So MJF backstage angle. No one cares. I'm sorry. No one gives a fuck. He's drinking wine. What are you, Crowbar? You guys see Crowbar on Twitter? He's like drinking wine and shit. Is that what you are? Shout out Crowbar, by the way. But like, who the fuck what are you doing? And then Adam Page, it's so bad because I love Jay White, man. Statlander, oh yeah, then that Statlander shit was one of the worst booked. They hit her with a fucking Escalade, and then she runs up, beats up Camille, makes her look like a goof, and then Uranagi's Mercedes on the hood of a fucking Escalade or whatever the fuck she was driving. Makes them both just look like complete. I mean, I'm like at a loss for words, and you won't hear Meltzer say one fucking thing about any of that stuff to tie it back to Meltzer. So anyways, these are the ratings. Okay, we spent enough time on that, right? We're burying Meltzer here. So this is where it all starts, right? And so Dave quote tweets this. This is on November 8th, and then we're going to go back a bit to the 7th, and then we're going to catch back up. We're doing Time Cop. It's actually the 9th, but we're starting with the 8th, and then going back to the 7th, and then coming back to the 9th. Time Cop. So Meltzer quote tweets it. This guy, Paul Davidson, goes, is this wrong then? The end of the show with the NXT women beat the Rhino Bubba Ray segments according to this. Now, the reason this gentleman's saying this is because Dave Meltzer melted down and was coping and was like, you know, it was an ECW show. Bully Ray was the draw. And I even got in little Twitter spats, like not even spats. I just responded to dudes like, bro, they have Bobby Lashley in AEW. You cannot tell me that Bully Ray in 2024 should be a bigger draw than Bobby goddamn Lashley, and he is. Now, that's a problem. That's not an indictment of Bobby Lashley. It's an indictment of AEW. Okay, that's how little people care, man. And so, yeah, Meltzer goes, it's not wrong, but it's the audience that matters. The high points were the quarters with RVD, Rhino, and Bubba. So let's fact check Dave live here. The high points was Rhino. No, dude. The high point was Axiom, Nikita Lyons, Nathan Frazier, and it was Julian and Jordan Grace and all the women's Avengers. Yeah, and then I guess you could say the RVD stuff, but how much of that was RVD? Let's read this here. Yeah, I mean, it had, but like Wesley and Javon are hot right now, bro, you know? But also they're going down in viewership, like NXT is. They're slowly declining this whole time. And it's on their, not their night. And it's on Wednesday. So like, fuck anything I'm even babbling about, okay? Fuck fact-checking, Dave. It was on a Wednesday. So NXT's beating them on their own night. Bubba Ray Dudley's not the reason for that. God damn it. Lincoln Hawk gifted 1 Pro Wrestle Clips membership and 100 likes in 40 minutes. PWT chat did it for mini marks. Yeah. You did it, man. That is amazing, dude. Round of applause for yourselves. 100 likes in 40 minutes. A new PWT record. So, yeah, I know we spent a ton of time on the ratings, but Dave's capping right here, and I don't know if you can say it's because of RVD, but the high points were leading into the main event. I mean, I don't know what he wants to even, how you even say, like, yeah, it started strong, dipped a bit during all the Bubba shit, if you want to get technical, the end and the beginning, which was all NXT women, were the biggest draws, if you want to break it down like that, Dave. So coping and seething. So we scroll back down time cop style. Right. And we go back to the 7th. And this is when the ratings came out. So Unexpected Wrestling says, do you think AEW should have tried to go into this with a pay-per-view caliber card? That's what Tony Khan thinks he's doing every time. Unexpected Wrestling. Okay. That's what Tony does every week. And that's what his people, the sickos, expect of him. That's what he thinks he's doing in his mind. So Meltzer goes, if the goal was to win the night, yes. If the goal was to do their thing and advance stories, then no. Actually, Dave Meltzer with a good point there, though, right? If Tony, and I said this on the live show too, if this is Tony's story and he wants to stick to his guns and just not focus on what anyone else is doing, that is the best thing he could do. So if he's just like, I don't even give a fuck if they outdraw us on our own night, which he should. That's damning. And I'm surprised we haven't seen a meltdown. Oh, wait, we did. Dave Meltzer speaking for Tony, right? But I agree with Dave here. If the goal was to do their thing and advance stories, then nah. Because it's like, and that is right. You can't fucking change the course of everything just for one night, you know? You can stack up the card, though, but I don't care if they do that. Anyways, so this guy, Spike Island, says, Dave, you came across so well on the doc, but why do you speak so much shit when it comes to AEW ratings? They're constantly down more than 50% compared to last year. Couldn't it be due to the fact people have lost interest? And that's all it is. That's all people want Dave to say. You what? And he goes, geez, I've only written this every single week. Well, yeah, I do think that, because, well, he doesn't really say like people have lost interest. He says things like, well, WWE's white hot right now. And the idea is that WWE's stealing some of the momentum from AEW. And that's his spin. We've chronicled his spins here on the show as well, folks. Okay. So it's just one of his patented spins, though. Like, he doesn't just directly say, like, even here, he could have just responded to this guy and went, people have lost interest there. That's all he had to do. But instead, no, he's just like, geez, I've only written this every single week and talked about it 3 times a week for the last year. Don't come at me for you not paying attention. Talked about why over and over, where the losses are, etc. And so what Dave's response is I talked about why this is happening over and over. But Dave, you're not actually talking about why this is happening. Okay? You're making these fucking excuses. You're inventing reasons that don't apply to anything else, to your own logic either. Just based off the fact that Dave used to believe not long ago that the overall viewership mattered when it made WWE look bad. And now that the overall viewership makes WWE look good, Dave freaks out about the key demo all the time. So Dave, you talking about why over and over, you're delusional. You're delulu, right? Because let's say this guy did pay attention to you every single day. he's reading your delusional shit, and that's what he's referring to. But you're delusional, Dave, so you don't get it. Like, you don't understand why the whole world is like against you right now, dude. Because you're delusional. That's why, right? So hopefully you're hearing this. I don't know. Hopefully you got flute in hand. Chat, flutes in hand. Let's go. So Meltzer starts breaking down fucking key demos here, and L Double says, even if they're in 9% more households. So basically Dave came in and where's the 9% thing? There was a 9% tweet right here. So Meltzer goes, NXT beat AEW last night, 619K, 0.17 for NXT, 523K, 0.16 for AEW. NXT does have the edge, being in 9% more homes as a network station. 1.4K likes, man. And you know who like that shit? You guys know who likes it. All right? Like, do we got to name names? We know who liked that shit. Right? And the reason he doesn't get ratioed is because the block button, you know, as it is. As it were. Use yours frivolously. It's why it's there. But the mute's nice too. Mute a lot of motherfuckers these days. NXT, though, you know, he's talking about the 9% more homes as a network station. So it's AEW's own night, Dave. So it doesn't matter the 9% thing. But then he also got the 9% thing wrong. And Rajgiri goes, actually, it's 9%, 216K for Dynamite, 235K for NXT. And Meltzer goes, correction, NXT was whatever. So 19,000 difference, or 8.1%. So his math's wrong. It's 9%. And Rajgiri, shout him out, and Matt Morgan and Gigantic Pop. And Rajgiri has to own him with the quick maths, because Meltzer can't even do Steiner math, bro, let alone like regular everyday math, you know? And so it's this 9% more homes. Mahomes. It was in 9% Mahomes. Sorry. But it was in 9% more homes, right? Than NXT. Like, he's trying to put a spin, but then his spin's wrong. And someone else also points out, I'm sure I have the tweet here bookmarked, but someone like explains how the math like actually works against this shit as well, like what he's saying. But anyways, we'll get to that. So I'm going to scroll back down here. So he responds about the 9% thing. Even if they're in 9% more households, NXT still won by 15.5% in a different time slot than their usual Tuesday slot. So that's all that needs to be said. The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for AEW. And Meltzer comes out here and goes, 0.17 to 0.16 isn't 15.5%. I mean 0.174 to 0.156. Like, what are you even talking about? Could be as much as 10.3%, or 0.166 to 0.164 could be as little as 1.2%. But for now, the difference is 5.9%. So I don't even know what I just said. I'm so sorry that I just like, again, dyslexically tried to fucking bibble through that to you guys, because like, bro, if you gotta say all that just to like take the L, I mean, do you, man? You know, like, if you gotta say all that to look yourself in the mirror at night, or because you own a chunk of this thing, or whatever it is, right? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You need to talk to somebody, and not Brian Alvarez, you know, because he just sits there. He just fucking lets you do this until you're in your grave. And I know you guys are good friends, real good friends. But the best guys, Tonika. But yeah, you know, it's like, I don't know. If he was your friend, he'd tell you, shut the fuck up. You're being stupid. You know, that's what I think anyways. So, yeah, Dave just coping with like horrible Steiner math. Then he goes factoring Oh, so this guy says, my math isn't great, but would a 9% difference in channel availability account for a nearly 17% difference in viewership, especially when NXT was out of its usual time slot? So people are just basically trying to get Dave to admit, yeah, they got their ass beat in their own time slot, but he won't say it. He just won't say it. He just has excuses. Factoring that in for viewers, yes, for 18 to 49, waiting for the numbers. It looks like 6% difference, but we don't know the specifics just yet. Could be a high 0.17 and it accounts for it, or a low 0.17 and it doesn't. And this is the funniest thing, is that Dave now doesn't care about overall. He likes to play the demo game, so much so that he's literally breaking it down to decibels, man. He's literally breaking it down to fucking, you know what I mean? Where was it? We lost it, but 0.175689 pi, 3.14. Sorry, wife's texting me here. But yeah, so it's just crazy though. It's like a high 0.17 key demo. How is that even a conversation you think is worthy of being had? Fucking insane. So moving along here, Unexpected Wrestling pipes back in. He's got another horrible question. Hey Dave, do you feel if NXT put on a normal episode without the ECW nostalgia, AEW would have topped them in the ratings? And then Meltzer goes, of course, because of the different night.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
You fucking mark!
And the funniest part, too, is that we fucking, I just said it a minute ago, too. I pulled up the ratings and go, okay, if you want to play that game, Lola Vice and Jada Parker, and then the women of NXT, Jordan Grace and Julia Gulia and Stephanie Vacker and the bad girl. I don't know. There's a million of them. You guys know Jasmine Nix. I'm going to name them all. Right. Delta. I'm forgetting her new name. Zarya. That's it. They outdrew everyone else. Okay. On the whole show, if you want to get technical about it, and they outdrew all of AEW, if you want to get technical about it. But then Dave goes and says it was Bubba. It was RVD. Rhino was the high point in the key demo. Is that what he's going to, they were the high point in what metric? Prove that to anybody, you fucking dumb fuck. We just had the chart pulled up. I'm going to leave it to the side here. So we just had it pulled up, and it's no, bro. They weren't the high points. The high points of the show were the main event and the start of the fucking show. So it's just utter cope. And for him to be of course they'd beat them. No, Dave, I'm starting to think if Dynamite went on, NXT went on Wednesdays regularly and did an all-woman show, even fuck NXT, if they just did an all-women Wednesday show, Tony Khan would he'd be calling for help, bro. I'm inclined to believe that now. The women, and Dave won't admit it because Phil Marks said it, bro, before anyone else. You think they're going to fuck around, put a women's show on Wednesday and just go head to head and fuck it? And Awful came on here and said, I wouldn't do that, Phil, because it would, if they didn't draw the right amount, it would bury them, the women's roster. Or maybe I said that. I can't remember. But either way, we had the discussion. And Awful made a great point. He's like, no, there's already so much, whatever, just keep doing what you're doing. And yeah, I think you do it. I think you pull the trigger. You could beat them with just the women. That's what I'm seeing. So I'm not saying don't have women on the other shows, but they could pull off an all women's NXT only show, where main roster girls float over too from time to, it's just NXT, but just a girls show. Maybe that would ruin what NXT is now, but then maybe it would give them room to also focus on some of these dudes who are coming up. But I'm inclined to believe that Meltzer is just of course they'd beat them. But how would you know? I'm sorry, but that 10-woman tag outdraws an episode of Dynamite, period. What's the number on that? 625. That's Dynamite's normal ratings. Bobby Lashley's Overrun didn't even do a 625. You know what I mean?
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
So Dave goes, of course, because of the different night, WWE treated it as special with the ECW gimmick, and it worked. I did say this would happen on Monday's show. And here's the other thing, too. The ECW'd it up. Barely, dude. They had a Gore. They had Van Dam give someone a chair. They had a fucking Bubba Ray Dudley was in a tag match. Devon came out, didn't even hit a 3D. And it was what it was, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't even like, it wasn't this crazy. We had Little Guido out there, too. Nunzio, who was amazing. But it wasn't just like, it's all these ECW people. Like, dude, it was Nunzio and fucking Francine and Bubba Ray Dudley, and they outdrew you, and you're crying. You're crying. Crying. Funny shit. I gotta hydrate. So on this topic, let me check in with chat for a sec. We got a super chat here. STG 212-279 says, the best guys, Tony Khan. Yeah, that's all you wanted, right?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Thank you for the super chat, bud. Okay, so Dave continues. He responds to George, not our George, but another George, possibly of the jungle. Okay, I'm unsure. It's not confirmed yet. Maybe Dave will shed some insight. So George goes, but NXT was on a different night, so isn't that a disadvantage as well? Yes, that is the disadvantage. That is it is just in general a disadvantage. So the answer is yes, Dave. It's not for sure it was, but this or this in ECW. No, it's yes. All right. So Dave goes, for sure it was. ECW Arena and ECW Nostalgia won the night.
Shut up, bitch.
How? It was barely any real nostalgia. Like, can we really think about what was nostalgia? Nunzio. So you saying Nunzio outdrew AEW? He's literally burying AEW this whole time. If I'm Tony Khan, I'm cutting this motherfucker off. I said it so long ago. Okay? It's like, dude, Nunzio and Dawn Marie and Francine really outdrew all of AEW. Outdrew Orange Cassidy, who's supposed to be the future savior of AEW. And he's 40? Really, Dave? Did it? Did ECW Nostalgia win the night? Who came out? We got Balls Mahoney. Justin Incredible came. Sandman came down in Kane Stone Cold, and he had a blonde wig on. And Mikey Whipwreck came out, and New Jack sliced. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? The fuck are you talking about? The NXT women won the night. He fucking hates, dude. This guy is terrified of women. Clearly. Clearly, I mean, you see his office clearly, right? But it's like he just hates them. Why the fuck wouldn't you take this opportunity to go, bro? Women in wrestling is actually proving it's like a big draw, contrary to what everyone would have said even 3 fucking years ago. You know? Like, it's working, dude. It's working. And it's not working the other way. And you just got to say that ECW nostalgia. What, like the promo package at the start? Like going through a table? So like what Dynamite does every single episode of their show? Or are you just crying, Dave? You're just crying, bro. Crying. Wah. So Heel Uzi says, how about clean your office, Uncle Dave? Exactly. And Meltzer goes, should I watch the Pat Tillman show? Been busy on the issue, so couldn't watch it live. And it's just funny for someone to go, how about clean your office? Like, just no, fuck you. You know, I love it. So this guy, Enigma Bliss, says, I love the main roster excuse because using 2 main roster superstars, pardon me, on a developmental brand when the other show is jacked with dream matches and title matches and is only valid when AEW loses. Here, let's read what this guy actually has to say. I like both shows, but Tony doesn't know what he's doing. That's clear as day. And then these marks will go down here and say, what dream match and title match was on yesterday? And he goes, this should beat NXT 10 times out of 10. Last week's tag titles, ROH title, the other week, Mox's new Ruthless Group debut. He is right, man, and Hurt Business should outdraw fucking NXT every time. Jericho and Adam Cole and shit, they should. but they don't because Tony, he's the biggest problem. Meltzer, you're the biggest problem. I know it sucks to fucking hear. If my show sucked, like it was bad, like I didn't have 300 people watching it live, right? Outdrawing channels that have like 100,000 fucking subs and they try and go live and they get 200 people watching them. You know what I mean? I got 5K subs, not even. We got over 300 people watching. If this shit sucked and everyone was telling me, I'd have to go, maybe I'm shitty at this. You know what I mean? Whoa, is it me? What did I do? Is there shit up? What's going on? You know, like, you got to be able to do that, man. You got to be able to do that. But yeah, so Dave responds, he lost this week. Big picture. He's going to become the owner of the second most profitable wrestling company in history next year. So remember when Dave, before he pushed that narrative of fucking, they're going to get $1 billion. If I had $1 billion, I'd buy Wrestling Observer. But, and then I'd put it out of business, and then I'd burn all the papers in Dave's office to keep warm from the Canadian winter. Anyways, I'm spurging out over here. But listen, he's like, big picture. Like what? He's going to come back swinging, and he's going to be the owner of the second most profitable. It's like, okay, so? And? Who the fuck cares? You know, or like, I guess I care, but like, why? Just stick it to Eric Bischoff? You just don't like Bischoff that much? It's got to be like a dig at WCW and like, you're a prick, you know? And then also, he goes, imagine the failure all the other promoters have been. May all your failures be so profitable. And the thing is that he's saying the second most profitable wrestling company in history next year. That's if they get all the money, the upwards money, and we get a loose figure. That's if they get all that money, Dave. Like he's gaslighting everybody. He's trying to tell us like this is for sure going to happen, even though he's like this TV deal, all this shit's going to happen. And then it boiled down to it. And he's like, well, it is weird. And I don't really know what's going on. Because you're a fucking
liar! Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Super Duper Gamer says, oh, come on now, Phil. Cassidy is the modern day Cena. And didn't you know Darby Allin's like Jeff Hardy? And didn't you know Orange Cassidy's like a Roman Reigns? Yeah. Like, it's a fucking joke. You know, they got MJF, and even he's just like, people don't give a shit. They just don't. You know, he's got to be working like Punk or one of these guys for it to matter. It's just the truth. It's like Jake Paul, bro. You know, and not to like stack MJF, because I do like MJF, but it's like, bro, you know, it's like Jake Paul. It's like Jake Paul's not a draw. Y'all gotta understand, he doesn't sell pay-per-views. He's not a draw. He has to be matched up with crazy opponents to be a draw. That's why they're bringing that shit to Netflix. Okay, same thing with AEW, dude. It's like no, like MJF as well. It's like he's not a fucking draw. And I guess AEW in general. It's like they need a Punk. They need to show fight footage of a real fight. That's not even a real fight. It's like the worst real fight I've ever seen. I've seen kids on fucking playgrounds have better fights than that. Whew. But yeah, he lost it. He got lost in the sauce, in the mid sauce, bro. In the mid sauce. But big picture. And he does just flat out say, Meltzer does go, he lost this week. But he can't just say he lost this week. Hopefully he gets it together. Damn, I thought booking these guys was going to work. Maybe if people gave it a chance, maybe Tony's just not booking them right. Maybe I was wrong. Nope. He's going to become the owner of the second most profitable. Why do you care? The company's not public. Oh, do you own some of the company? Is it because you're getting paid when that... Fucking douche. Okay, moving along here. This guy says, is this wrong then? Whatever. Yeah, he copes. We covered the quarter hours. So we're going to skip over the Dutch stuff for 1 second. We're circling back to that, okay? Because it's fucking gross. And shout out, I forget his name. Tip of my tongue. James on the on the Dutch Mantell podcast there. He went off on Meltzer, and I implore everyone to go check that out. He did a phenomenal job from his perspective and like him defending himself, actually, because when he's talking old podcast, he's talking about Dutch Mantell, all these guys, Jim Cornette, Eric Bischoff. And if you're their co-host, I mean, that's sort of talking shit on you as well. So, yeah. Neckbeards makes the show again, as he does. Frequent appearances here. He goes, Meltzer has more spins than a 45 RPM single in a jukebox. Ooh, clever, Neckbeards. He goes, Meltzer goes, if I worked at TBS, this is the funniest shit ever. And Bischoff responds to this. Oh my God, it's amazing. Can't wait to get to it. Hit that like, hit that subscribe if you're not subscribed. Don't be a poser, dude. Become a part of our universe. One of us, chat, one of us. Do it. Click subscribe. Anyways, Twofull Hunden Design Company says in good faith question here. Wouldn't it be a little bit about beating WWE programming, seeing as how it's the same genre, same group of key demos? I would think that other shows. Exactly. Right. It's like if two rappers, like, okay, Cardi B, what's her name? Name one of them. Sexy Red. They can work together, whatever, or they can go head to head the way Cardi B and Nicki Minaj do. Why? Because they're female rappers. Their demographics the same. You know, they're doing the same exact shit. Just some doing it worse, some doing it better, you know, whatever. That's a music comparison. So now Dave's going to give this explanation that would just be like, well, yeah, Phil just said it in 2 seconds. Take music, take Cardi B and Sexy Red. They're going to compete for the same shit. So, yeah, it's that simple. But he goes, if I worked at TBS, I'd say AEW 1.
You what?
Bro owns a chunk of the company. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Why the fuck? How the fuck could you even say this? Right? The people at TBS, the dudes in the suits who got the hot 22-year-old intern that they slap on the ass that's fetching them sandwiches and coffees, and they're not looking at, they have some fucking assistant looking at this shit, bro. Okay, I'm telling you that right now. They're not looking at wrestling and going the 39 to the 18 to 4. They're not looking at it like this. Like Dave thinks they're looking at it like this. Where is it? We saw it right here, factoring in the 18 to 49, the 6%, the 01 to the 016 isn't 5.5. I mean, 0174 to 056 could be as much as the 10.3 to 5.9. I promise you, bro, they have people crunching numbers like that who like do their books so they can save money and pay people and figure out how to fuck people. This is how the entertainment business works. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this, Dave. The dude like making the calls, and Bischoff tries to point this out, and I wish people would just listen to, but you guys do. PWT Universe does, but like Meltzer and them, I wish you guys would just accept what he says because he's done this shit before. Okay? So they're not looking at that, Dave. They're not doing all that in their heads, right? They're going like, oh, fuck, we got smoked by this thing. Now, we know WBD's bought in. So there's leeway. Like, I've been saying it for the longest time. Episode 1 of PWT, there's always going to be leeway. They're not just going to throw AEW off the air because they likely own a chunk of it. We know now that they do, legit. So yeah, I mean, that's what more can I say about that? They're going to let it survive as long as they can peel some off the top. Bit of that pay-per-view money. Oh, you guys are on Max and we get a cut of that pay-per-view money that there's, because the thing is, like, you sign up for Max, so WBD's taking money right there, right? That AEW doesn't get. But then with the pay-per-views, you pay extra. I guarantee they got it in the contract. WBD takes a little off the top of that. And then, because they wanted a part of those pay-per-views for so long. So it just makes sense, man. And then if the cons are putting their own money in as well, it'll never just be booted off the air. But if this was any other TV show, and I've said this for so long as well, If this were any other television show, this shit would be booted. If they put like 2 doctor shows head to head, bro, and one of them was like fucking up on their own night like this, it would be canceled by the end of that season. It's just that they own a chunk and Tony invests the money in it. That's the reason it's surviving. Okay. Truly, if this was any other, imagine all the other promoters. None of them had dads who invented the bumper, bro. None of them had dads who gave them their trust fund at 10 billion and then bought into their wrestling or whatever for fucking 33 million or whatever, all these astronomical, unfathomable numbers, Dave. So like, yes, all these other promoters imagine that too. No one can imagine that because it's unrealistic. And this is like a fucking lottery ticket that's why we're all so mad about this. That's why we can't stand your bullshit coat, because we want this to be the best it can be. And honest people, real people, Dave, not you and your fucking weird sicko shit you're doing. Real motherfuckers, dude, who walk the earth and go to work and do shit. Okay, have families or whatever it may be, right? They do shit with their life. Real people who aren't just in like an office with 8 million fucking papers laying everywhere. That like, what are on all those? Every star he's given Will Ospreay just scribbled real big. Like what is on each of those papers? I'd give a fucking leg to get my hands in that office, dude. Break in Ace Ventura style, right? Alleged. Of course, this is all jokes, folks. None of this is real. I would never do that. But if I did, it would be like Ace Ventura style, okay? But listen to me, okay? I mean, it's cope, it's seethe. I was onto a good point. I kind of rambled and lost my train of thought there, but yeah, I could cover this to the death of me. I was saying real motherfuckers, like, you know, we just look at the number flat out. You know what I mean? We are all looking at this stuff and saying it's bad. And it doesn't mean like you can't enjoy this thing. I don't ever want to do that to people either. You know, some people like tap dancing and shit. I don't like that, you know, but when it comes to pro wrestling, and if you're going to come at WWE and the product's going to be subpar, you can't do all of this. And like, especially talking about TV and stuff like that, like, no, Bischoff knows more than you. Dave wants to say, this is my field. I'm an expert in this territory. And he gets basic things wrong, like Raj Giri pointed out to him earlier. You know, they're not looking at, maybe it's a high 0.17. Maybe they would if it was a neck and neck. Dave, this is when you do that. If it was neck and neck, doctor show, right? I'm trying to use like an example on Batman show versus Batman show. And then let's say the key demos and the overall ratings were the exact same every week, or like 1,000 viewers difference every week. And the viewership in the key demo was like, let's say they were both 0.17s, but then it was like 5.63 to a 5.21. And it's like the nitty gritty. Yes. If it's like that every week we're going head to head. But when it's your night and NXT parades in, kicks your ass, right? Like just through and through. There's no 1/4 hour that even tied them. It was just a beatdown. Okay? When that happens, you can't then be like, if I worked at TBS, I'd say AEW won. You can't say that. Okay? And real people, man, we sniff out the bullshit, and we're not going to fucking sit here and take this anymore, man. That's what I'm saying. Okay? We're just not going to put up with the shit, you know? I'm drawing the line in the sand. Like, nah. No. This is done. This whole game, this weirdo game, you're all going to blue sky. Go. Peace. Toodaloo. Fucking go live in delusional land. That's what cults do. They fucking separate themselves from the rest of normal society so they can speak untruths and convince people of shit that isn't true, so you can manipulate the way they think and shit. That's literally what Elbu and them are doing. Just look at it. We'll fucking go through when we get to the sickos. And yeah, man, this guy's one of the biggest perpetrators of that. So he goes on, he goes, AEW1 WBD, when it does internal ratings, it is based on 18 to 49 as a percentage of homes that get the station. I've seen copies. So when Dave goes, I've seen copies. Dave, you've also posted shit about remember, it didn't even happen that long ago. You guys remember when he dropped like, here's WBD on the AEW deal, and it was like a fake thing posted in a Fightful Discord that Dave got a hold of and posted on his message board, and then it got out and he totally botched. Or Dave just saw what did we look at the top of the show, folks? Why did we go over this, Phil Marks? He sees a fucking tweet that he can't even read. I'm shoot dyslexic. This guy can't even read this. He doesn't know. Oh, they're out of touch. Dave, you don't know what the parody accounts are. Some of them work you. Some of the new ones work you. They're fucking genius. Some of the new ones are like, you don't know because there's so many sickos out there, dude. But then you catch on. You know what I mean? And then some of them are fun to just go back and forth with because it starts running up the fucking, people are viewing it and shit. I get it. But when it's this parody account and you're claiming to be the news and you fuck up the Tokyo Dome thing, and then he goes, I seen copies. We can't believe that, Dave. And if you don't get why we can't believe that, then you're a fucking dummy. It's because you're delusional. We all know you're delusional. I had a point earlier. I think I covered it. I lost my train of thought talking so much shit, but I was saying something about real motherfuckers. Like if you're delusional, we're going to, like, if you tell me my shit sucks, I'm going to be like, damn, maybe it fucking sucks. Like real people. If I fucking, if my friend cooked me chili and he's my bro, and I'm like, dude, your chili, this shit is off. You put too much pepper in this, dog, or whatever. He's not going to fucking cry about it. Like normal people can take criticism. People who are full of ego and shit can't do that. You know what I mean? Or like full of the wrong type of ego. So Dave is he's so delusional. Like people aren't trying to beat you down. I think we want him to be better, but now he's a lol cow. Now he's gone past the point of like, nah, dude, you were the guy. And where's the old Dave? Now it's like, you're a lol cow on the internet and you're Joe Matarese. You're Opie Hughes from the Opie and Anthony show. You're Brendan Schaub. Like you just get made fun of now. And it sucks, and but he like brings it upon himself, right? So there's that one show that would come on after Raw, Bar Rescue, and Nikki Bella hosted it or whatever. Nikki Garcia, pardon me. And they would have people on team up with celebrities who like have an embarrassing viral video. And we like celebrate that, dude, right? If you're someone who like tried to jump off a diving board and then flipped and it was a hilarious viral video, it's not like Dave is like, oh, funny old Dave making his fucking mistake. You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's not like charming or anything, right? Because of how hard he goes in the pain against these marks and how he is really the biggest mark and how defensive he gets over AEW, right? Whereas like if somebody's like, I didn't like this in WWE, we ain't getting fucking defensive. That's the goddamn thing. Same thing if someone didn't like something in AEW or vice versa, whatever, man. You can't get offended by a shit. There's like a lot of wheels moving. It's never just on one person really either, unless it can be, which is Tony Khan. Why? Because he goes, I'm the fucking CEO, general manager, booker, and creative lead. So when everything sucks, everything fucks up, we're like, dude, Tony sucks. Because he's like, it's all me. It's me. Dave does the same thing. I'm an expert. If I were this, I blah, blah, blah. You put yourself in the crosshairs. You finna get smoked with a fucking cake in the face, of course. Right? So anyways, man, I've seen copies. We cannot believe that, as your boy Phil just pointed out. Okay? In the standings, how they would have it, which is the statistically fair way to look at it. No, Dave, you don't get to tell us what's fair, right? And we're gonna go over that with the Dutch Mantell thing in just a moment, Dave. You're not allowed to talk about fair. Okay? It would be 0.39 to 0.38, but I don't work at TBS. So if Dave worked at TBS he'd fuck everyone in the company over by doing fucking fake Steiner Meltzer math and putting spins on shit. And if I worked at TBS, I'd spin it like this, and we just fucking lie to ourselves and tank the station like the Observer's tanking, like AEW's tanking. Dave, that was your big master plan? Smart fucking TV man Dave, huh? Oh, man. Oh, boy. We're just getting started, folks. Mr. Massacre, which is what I'm doing to Dave tonight, he goes, not at all. You continually find loopholes and excuses even when something deserves criticism. I'm not mad. Exactly. And that's the other thing. We're not mad. This is fun. If chat's not having fun, we wouldn't be doing this, right? And this is fun for me. I got to exercise my demons. And excuses, it's like hitting a punching bag, bro. It's like, yeah, punching shit is a bad thing if it's not focused the right way. You know, you can punch a punching bag, get in shape, right? I'm just verbally boxing right now. I'm just staying sharp. You know what I mean? If you actually, I'm just making sure my shit's on point here. You know what I mean? Here we go. If you actually read the TVs, oh, sorry, I jumped over some, but I do find it irritating as a former subscriber. There you go. So he was a subscriber, Dave. This guy gave you money and you sold your soul. And now he's saying, I'm irritated, bro. I'm not mad, but like, it is irritating, bro. And that's exactly it. I'm not mad when a mosquito bites me, but it's annoying, bro. You gotta get calamine lotion and shit if it's bad enough, you know, some vitamin E cream or whatever. So, yeah, he just goes, as a former subscriber, I find it irritating. He says, I want objective, non-biased reporting, right? Because he's supposed to be the news. PWT, not the news. Okay. I'm going to be biased. I'm going to tell you what my biases are. Shout out Bloodline, you know. But he goes, from my news sources, and when I constantly see your tweets or whatever you had to say, I read it earlier. This is a screen grab, though, as well. But I did see this because I can see Meltzer's tweets now. Meltzer goes, sorry, but details of competition written exactly the same for every company is not excuses. It's explanations. If you actually read the TV sections alone, you'd see it's all numbers and comparisons with the exact identical format for every show, and that the analysis comes from those numbers. Sorry, but details of competition were written exactly the same for every company. It's not excuses. I just have to read this again. It's explanations. Yeah, dude, it's explaining away things, though, and it's, Dave said it before, the spin on that would be this, and then he starts explaining his spin on a positive on AEW. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a similar type of situation, and we covered it here on PWT. So, Dave, when you're always explaining away, yes, you're giving explanations, but you're explaining it away. You're being dismissive. You're being condescending, right? You're gatekeeping. You're also fucking, and I'm not like, oh, we're victims here. Like, no, I love it. Keep melting down. Keep spurging out. Keep fucking blocking everybody, even though we can see the tweets now and shit. Keep at it. You know what I mean? It makes no difference to me. It makes no difference to me. But Meltzer goes, you see the exact identical format for every show, and that the analysis comes from those numbers. Yeah, I don't know. You're getting some funky, like, Fightful Discord fucking numbers, bro. We can't trust your numbers. That's the problem, Dave. Your numbers are always wonky. They don't add up. Raj Giri just showed you, bro. Shout out Gigantic Pop, bro. They just showed you that shit doesn't add up. So I don't know what you're talking about, dude, but math ain't mathin', as the kids would say. So Bischoff responds to Raj Giri because Raj Giri comes out and says CW is only in 9% more homes than USA TBS, and CW station average is lower than all three. So let's just read this here, right? This is I brought this up before. This was the tweet I was talking about. This guy goes, CW is on free TV for all that want to watch to see. TBS is a cable channel that's not free, and many are cutting the cord every day. Always the excuse. CW has many sports programs that plug NXT. Great. So, and how's that a fucking excuse? And they got Big Bang Theory. They got the Go Big Show or whatever it's called, right? Like, they got Avengers movies they can be plugging AEW. AEW's taking out ads on NXT and WWE television and shit. So what are you talking about, man? CW is only in 9% more homes than USA, TBS, TNT, and CW. Station average is lower than all three. And then Bischoff goes, yep, available in is a numbers game low info parasites like to use. Watched by is a relevant metric. Okay? So what Eric Bischoff is pointing out, available in, oh, this show's available in this many homes, so automatically it's going to get more viewers. No, the product's got to be good. That's what all the WWE fans have been saying about the Netflix move as well. All of the WWE fans have been like, yo, it's going to be in front of this many eyeballs. Like, they have the potential to this. I don't see people going like, they have 800 million new fans or whatever, however many subscribers Netflix has, right? For the most part, they're like, dude, they're going to be exposed to so many more people. And I hope the cable will go. It's a discussion with the drones, man. It's like, yeah, the TV people will follow. They already have Netflix. And I said it too. They did their market research. Enough of the people who watch Raw on TV and don't, like also have Netflix already, or this wouldn't even be a fucking discussion. Enough of them have Netflix to where they're like, yeah, we'll have most of them and we'll have all these new fucking people. And yeah, so Bischoff is just pointing that out, watched by. And like, that's the thing, the overall number. Now, again, if you want to talk like, okay, Fox, I'm just making shit up right now. So see, Dave, this is what you do. You say like a hypothetical, not the news. I'm about to show you, right? I'm going to make shit up and I'm telling my audience, hey, I'm about to make some shit up right now just for an analogy here, right? So heads up next time. So like, let's say Fox gave Smackdown, we're giving them $2 million, and we hope the key demo is, and the key demo started and it's like a 0.46. I'm just literally making shit up. And then let's say like all of a sudden the key demo's way down. It's like at like a 0.28. And then all of a sudden AEW's key demo's up like 20 points or whatever, but SmackDown's still beating them in the overall. Then you can play the key demo game with me and I'll listen to it. I'll be like, yeah, but AEW's the more hip show. You know what I mean? Like the younger guys are in AEW. So, do you want lifelong fan? What do you market to? Who spends more money? Then you can play those games and I'll listen. But as far as like, if you're getting smoked on your own night and they had a better key demo and they had a better fucking overall viewership, and AEW didn't even tie and they had a 0.16, and you're trying to say, well, if it was a high 0.16 and NXT had a low 0.17, I would say TBS won the night. That's what he's fucking saying. And then he's like, if I worked at TBS, show anyone his fucking tweet. Show anyone his last few tweets from TBS. Someone from TBS, if you're listening to this, for the love of God, come on this show or fucking respond to this buffoon and say what is reality. They don't have time for this shit. They don't care about wrestling sicko wars like we do, right? They're busy, like I said, slapping interns on the ass, ordering lunch, and, making TV shows that eventually go to streaming. So making TV shows that they know aren't good enough for television, but testing it there first before selling it to a fucking streamer for a huge bag. No, but listen, we're moving along. Bischoff also responds to Meltzer, who says this, right? So this guy goes, Eric Bischoff. Oh, we got to go back a few here, okay? It's Inception for a second. So Meltzer says, if I worked at whatever, sorry, I went back too far. And then Bischoff goes, for obvious reasons. And then Meltzer goes, sorry, you missed the last sentence. Need a better attention span. And Meltzer wants to criticize people's attention spans. Dave, nobody with an office that looks like yours has a great attention span. Does anyone in chat disagree with me on that? You know what I mean? If you have an office that looks like Dave's with all those fucking papers, bro, you cannot watch all the wrestling and grade all the wrestling, and you can't watch a match with storytelling where there's pacing and psychology. That takes a greater attention span to absorb the nuances and everything than it does to just have a flip fest where it's like, oh, crazy flip. Oh, crazy flip. That's TikTok, bro. It's TikTok wrestling. They have the fucking TikTok. The Costco boys are in fucking AEW. That's how TikTok it is, bro. It's the opposite, Dave. You always do this. He always projects, man. It takes more of an attention span to watch a 10-minute match where there's pacing, selling, psychology, etc., than it does to watch an 18-minute match or an 8-minute match or a 30-minute match where it's like spot, 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 he flip, boom, boom. That's what TikTok is, just scrolling and boom, 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 boom. So don't fucking, yeah, Dave trying to call people out for brain rot is hilarious. And Bischoff goes, but I don't work at TBS was your last sentence. The fact is obvious, and the reason why is even more obvious, you clueless goof. Boom. He got roasted, toasted, and burnt into a crisp. Smoked him. Bischoff smoked him, dude. The fact is obvious, and the reason why is even more obvious, you clueless goof. It's so funny. Read my last sentence. Yeah, that's what he was responding to. Dave lacks so much self-awareness. Oh, it's crazy. And so to top it all off, right? He can't help himself. So Dave Meltzer, now this is disgusting. We're going to give Meltzer a sicko for this one, okay? Because he fucks up so bad here. Like, not even like a fuck up, just so distasteful, so dishonest. And if you want, I'm going to like basically give the Cliff Notes version of this. Go check out, again, Slippin' Dutch's co-host, okay? He dropped a goddamn video, Steve or James or some such bullshit, right? Shout him out, though. Love that dude. He's a tremendous, him and Stevie Richards, I love their show. I love it. Anyways, though. You know, he gives an update on Dutch and he breaks it down way better. And he responds to Meltzer because, of course, he's going to take this personally. Meltzer's been talking shit about him, too. If you really boil it down, if you're taking shots at Dutch in his show, you're taking shot at him by proxy. So had to drink some Red Bull here. Meltzer said what? Goat and friend of the show, Meltzer said what? Says, how disgusting of a human being do you have to be to write a story about an ex-wrestler being in hospital and needing financial medical support only to then get your digs in for being critical of Tony Khan and AEW and crow about their profitability, the dregs. Meltzer's done as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to check the poll in the chat, but he's fucking cooked, bro. Like, we will not stand for this anymore. I want to see flute invasions. I want to see flutes in all of his comment sections and all of his fucking chats and all of his, everything. You know, don't be gross. Don't be sick. Don't say weird shit. Don't stoop to this goofball's level. Flutes. We run parades on everything this fool does. I'm talking if you can comment on Spotify, I want to see flutes. I want to see flutes wherever this motherfucker goes. And we already see it everywhere. I don't even get tagged in them all anymore. It's a movement of its own. But yeah, we got to put flutes in the chat. Chicken attack. We have to flute attack him, bro, in the comments, right? That's how we do it. Anyways. Family. Dutch, this is what Dave writes in the Observer. Family. Dutch Mantell, Wayne Keown, 74, is not doing well, nor is his wife, Kathy. God, this is sad. He's battled sepsis twice over the last year, and both times nearly took his life. It nearly took his life. Wait. He's battled sepsis twice over the last year, and both times nearly took his life. Okay, I'll give Dave that sentence. He had a month-long stay at the hospital after the second time, ... His wife had also had both sepsis and diverticulitis to the point she's been hospitalized 11 times since May and just had emergency bowel resection surgery and has lost 70 pounds. Yo, prayers, to the Keowns or the Mantells, you know what I'm saying? Because of extended hospital stays, their insurance and life savings are depleted, and started a GoFundMe because both still need home care. They had raised $64,200. Are you guys ready for this? With most of the top donors being anonymous, and the largest known donors were Tony Khan at $5,000 and Chris Jericho at $1,500. With Khan, many, and then why? Okay. He doesn't need to mention, like, how do I word this? Okay. Because this makes me angry. Yeah. Laughing at Dave and yelling about Dave don't make me angry. This right here, I guess this is getting mad about Dave, but this is like, okay. So I get saying like most of the top donors are anonymous. Okay, that's fair. Whatever. The largest known were Tony Khan and Jericho. At the price point is like, okay, TMZ, like, okay, I'll give you a pass. You don't even have, you could have just said the top donors were Tony Khan and Jericho and then let people figure it out on their own or whatever, and even if you can throw $5 at Mantell, guys, do it, please. I urge everyone as well. If someone could even post the GoFundMe, I should have had it prepared, right? I was just so infuriated about Meltzer at the hospital myself. I'm fine, but, get home and, So anyways, though, like, I get it. Okay, you post how much they each did, and they are the top known. So if the top known was Triple H and John Cena, and here's the thing, how do you not know that Triple H didn't drop 10 G's anonymously? You guys don't, and they do that. You know who the anonymous donors are? The fucking wrestlers, the fans, but also wrestlers and like people who don't fuck with you, Marks, and don't give a shit, like you dirt sheet Marks, and don't give a shit about having their name written about like this. Like, you just don't have to even say the amounts, but Dave's trying to like flex. It's like the little kid or like a little brother like trying to flex, like, oh, my big brother this, or whatever you want to call it. STG 212 for $5 says the Dutch Mantell take buried any goodwill that Dave could have received from the wrestling community if he were in the same shoes. Thank you so much. And he's a goddamn liar.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Absolutely, man. And thank you for the contribution, dude. I'm going to leave this up for a second, but I got to get this off, okay? Like, okay, you post the price, whatever. These wrestlers, anonymous, I said that, okay? Like Triple H, I guarantee is one of those anonymous motherfuckers. He doesn't need his name on that stuff. It's not important, okay? Unless you want people to know you did good shit. And for Dave to go then and write this, knowing he's almost a mouthpiece for Tony Khan, it's like, and we know they're in group text. I guarantee you got a Jericho, fucking Tony Khan, Dave, fucking Young Bucks group text. There's got to be one of those. So I'm not like saying, oh, Tony, but like Tony Khan is like, hey, you hated on our shit. I'll put my name down to let everyone know I donated to this shit. It feels gross to me a little bit in that aspect. But as was pointed out on, Dutch's own show, if you will, or the other channel there, fucking, he didn't have to contribute anything, which is true, but the fact he did is greatly appreciated. It was $10, you know what I mean? And so just for Tony to put like his name and shit, and then behind the scenes, I'm sure, like we've theorized, Tony and them talked to Dave probably about these old podcasters and that, right? Because Dave literally is an old podcaster, so why would he be saying that? It feels like a narrative that's kind of probably the Young Bucks and, oh yeah, they all hate on the same people. They all are dislike the same people. And so Tony Khan and Dave, I wonder if they've talked about old podcasters and Tony's sort of thrown his name out there like, hey, look at this, what I did. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to put that on him. Chat, you guys can let me know what you think. If you think that's something Tony McCann would do. He is the best guy, remember. And Time Cop, maybe he'll go back in time and change it to anonymous after PWT Pod, like his favorite movie, Time Cop. But let's continue with this. So already, like when I read this, I was like, okay, TMZ, you have to put the fucking the prices too. You could have just said Khan and Jericho. And like that's even weird to do, but I get naming the top known donors. But then like, was there a WWE guy who threw $1,000 in with his name public? I don't know. Someone can fact check me on that. And why didn't you include their name? Who knows? I don't know why he said the most known names. Like who else is on there? Did Rey Mysterio don't? I don't know who donated or anything, but it's like we could, it's just weird, Dave does this weird stuff because it's like, look at Tony and Chris. Like that's how it feels, right? Automatically. But okay, you're reporting the hot news. I get it. But then he continues with like a whole fucking page. And he goes, with Khan, many have pointed out. Who's many? Who's many, Dave? Who's many? Who's many, Dave? It's like, God, my head's going to explode. We joked about it before. Manny, he's actually talking about Manny, but he always does this thing. The idea behind this, many backstage. I could just say, many backstage say Roman Reigns gave away a t-shirt to a fan. PWT news, I could just do that. How do you prove that wrong? You can't. There's no way. You can be like, many backstage believe this. Or is it the 3 people you talked to in text? Or is it Tony Khan and Chris Jericho who you texted last night about this, Dave? Is it many backstage? Or is it the Young Bucks and Jack Perry? Or whatever the fuck? Right, dude? You're a goof. So he always does this. Many have pointed out. Where did they point this out? Where did any of them point this shit out? Other than you, Dave Meltzer. Can you please elaborate? Can you say many have pointed out backstage when I was hanging on Tony's nuts in gorilla position, and I was swinging from him and I overheard fucking Chris Daniels saying that or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, can you become more specific than that? I got a text saying this. Many people, like it's crazy. He just says that and he can just say that about anything. It's bullshit. So, he continues along. He goes like, many have pointed out that Mantell as a podcaster was brutal to Khan. So Bill Burr as a podcaster's brutal to a lot of sports teams. Are they going to talk about maybe Phil Mushnick? Just goobers, man. These old goobers. Anyways, he goes, even being critical of him when the promotion was at its popularity peak. So Dave's offended that Dirty Dutch Mantell's taste in wrestling. All he ever did was say that that's not his style of wrestling and it's not going to get over. And lo and behold, it's not getting over. And he's not a fan of it, but enjoy what you enjoy. I guess, sickos, except for you guys don't practice what you preach. A la Queen Sicko himself, Dave Seltzy Meltzy. Right? And it's just gross, man. It's like all Dutch ever did was criticize shit he didn't like. Why aren't you allowed to do that, Dave? You criticize what you don't like all the time. What's wrong with that? And no one points this shit out. You point it out to the fucking many people in your head. The many papers around your room got his name written on them. And you're pointing to them and going, many people, my cat's, Tony Khan. Okay? Even when the promotion was at popularity peak. Okay. Even at its popularity peak, it wasn't as popular as WWE. And even at its popularity peak, maybe he just didn't like that type of wrestling and said, hey, I've been in this business a long time and that's not going to last. Or is that all he said? And you're a pussy and a dumb fuck. And look at where we're at now. Time cop. Old and out of touch. At its popularity peak. Okay, that was, who cares? Fucking crazy, man. This is what I mean. See, so this isn't about objective and like, or even subjectivity. It's about like what we like or else. Do what we do or else we'll write gross stuff about you. Do what we say. That's what all these bullies do. These dirt sheet fucking goofballs who go after people. You guys know who I'm talking about. That's what they fucking do, man. Think like us. Be yourself. Enjoy what you like. And then you be yourself and enjoy what you like. And they're like, don't fucking do that. Or they tell you this is shit. And then you go, no, dumb fuck. This is why you're wrong. Here, I proved why you're wrong. Right here. I rebutted you. Meltdowns. We're going to Blue Sky. I hope Dave joins them. You know what I mean? I signed up today. You can't escape me. Can't escape the flutes. You thought you could escape the flutes, bitch? You ain't heard about the motherfucking PWT Meltzer flutes, bro? Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $2 says Meltzer is a despicable human being. He's a fucking sicko, dude. And he's a liar. He's a liar, dude. Thank you so much. So Dave continues, man, and recently criticized him for the contract terms Swerve Strickland got in his recent deal. Yeah, and it's craziness, man. It's like if somebody got hurt in your community and he fucking, I don't know, bring up any like thing different. Oh, he likes the color green and my favorite color is orange. Like, oh man, this guy likes the Raiders and I'm a Rams fan or whatever. Like, but it's someone who, like, why does any of that matter? Unless you're just trying to be like salacious, spicy, TMZ, sludge, fucking National Enquirer type bullshit, which I guess that is all Dave is, but he's doing this to be like, what? The largest known donors were Tony Khan, even though he hated on him. Look, dude, Tony donated 5 Jeebers. Is that what the fuck you're trying to say, Dave Meltzer? Like, for real, bro? That's gross and low and slimy fucking scum, dude. Scum. So that's why this will never end now. Anyways, criticizing Swerve Strickland in his recent deal. Yes, Swerve got paid too much for what he fucking draws. It's that simple. Now, I'm not going to say what he brings to the table. You guys know, if you listen to PWT, I'm a big Swerve fan, and I think he's a guy that people criticize him. He takes criticism well, you know? I know he does go at some of the sickos and shit, and I know, you know, like the needle through the mouth and shit. Okay, it's not for all of us, but he's not like whining like a little bitch on Twitter. And he handles criticism well, dude. People say you're too small. He bulked up 30 pounds. People are like, stop the leg slap. And he stopped slapping it as much. You know, I notice he's really working on the fucking, he's always had good promos and stuff, you know, but it's, I don't know. I like Swerve. So, but he got overpaid. Let's just say it. Like, he shouldn't get paid more. Like, if you're just looking at it, like Dave always wants to go, oh, if I worked for TBS, if I was an economist, if I was right? It's just like, okay, if that dude makes more or as much as like CM Punk right now in WWE, like, that's not right, you know? And that's a CM Punk problem. Get your paper, you know? He couldn't stay in AEW. He had to smack motherfuckers. So I get it, you know? Might mean you got to take a little less money and go be a superstar elsewhere, you know, and do all these sold out shows and shit. But, you know, Swerve, I would say it too, bro. He got overpaid. Who gives a fuck, Dave? Who cares that he criticized that? It's dirty Dutch Mantell. He's forgotten more about wrestling while wrestling someone than you've ever fucking known in your life. Okay? So, yeah, he criticized the term Swerve got in his deal. Okay? Like, fuck, that makes me mad. Anyways, he goes, it is something when a former wrestler gets mad at a promoter who clearly can afford it for what he pays the top talent. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, dude. He had to put in his little jab. Oh my God. Yeah, Chris Connors, I might have to take you up on that slap fight, buddy. With Meltzer, bro. Jesus Christ. Like, oh my God, man. So as one of the boys, yes, as a former wrestler, now analyst, podcaster, to comment an objective reality or a personal feeling on something, Dave, are two completely different things. Even if he is an active wrestler and he said that would just be stupid. It would be stupid, and you could point it out then. The problem is that he's a podcaster. He's not a fucking, he's an old dude now. And he's like really sick, and you had to go, Tony Khan gave him 5 Gs, and he criticized us before he criticized AEW before. What a sick human being, man. Oh, man. And just to go like, to get mad at a promoter, he wasn't mad. He just told you his thoughts on it, and then you interpret it as mad because you're mad constantly, Dave. You're mad as in like, have you gone mad? And you're also mad as in like you're fucking seething and coping, okay? And it's boiling up under your skin, boiling up through your skin, dude. All right? And you're fucking Just for Men's dripping off your head, and you're, you know what I mean? And you're sweating the flutes, and you're angry deep down, dude. And you're like, God damn, more TRT, more steroids, more weights. Dave does steroids and shit because he's just angry, okay? And he lifts paper weights, you know what I mean, to keep all those papers from blowing around his office when it gets hot out and he needs a fan. He opens a window and they all go spilling out into the streets and people think it's fucking snowing. You know what I mean? This guy is, he just makes me sick. And he's not mad about it. He's just pointing out this guy. And it's not that he doesn't accept that reality either. It's not like Dutch Mantell was like, well, I just don't get it. He gets it. He's not mad at Tony for giving out the money. He just said it's stupid how much fucking money he gave this guy or whatever he said. And he's also doing what you try to do, Dave. You try to be a broadcaster, but you're not entertaining. You're not captivating. You're not funny. You don't have any hot takes. Well, Dave does have hot takes, but they're just not genuine. So, you're like, it's not really even a hot take. You're just talking shit, And like Dutch is obviously trying to be entertaining because he's doing a broadcast. Same with this, but like Dave can't do that. So he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand, like, yeah, we might use a bit of vulgarity. We might be abrasive with the language and the vernacular because we're trying to be entertaining. We're trying to pop people. Don't you get it, Dave? No, you don't. That's why your show and your shit is dying. That's why people don't buy your shit for $14.99. Cornette donated 5 Jeebers. Boom. Bro. Air horns. Why the fuck didn't Meltzer write about Cornette donating $5,000? The most notable names. Cornette's the more notable than either Tony Khan or Jericho in wrestling right now, as far as people who actually consume the shit and mark out about it like the way we do here at PWT and shit. He has more listeners than any other pro wrestling pod. Okay? The one with Aubrey Ed and Will Washington, that don't got yours, Dave. No listeners. Thank you for the super chat. You Ain't Height for $5 says, I'm sure Meltzer, Jericho, and Tony have lemon parties weekly. Damn, dude.
Emotional damage.
That's gross, buddy. Yeah, bro. Thank you for the super duper 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 chat, man. So you guys keep the lights on. You know what I mean? $14.99, please. Okay. Could you imagine? All right, guys, listen. PWT's really taking off. We're going behind a paywall. $14.99. The best guys, Tony Khan. Holy shit, dude. Anyways, though, this fucking fraudulent con artist scam scumbag goes for what he pays the top talent. Okay, is Swerve a top talent? Yeah, in AEW, I guess, but how do you objectively quantify that? His wrestling's really good. His promo's really good. Some people go, oh, come on now, Phil, his wrestling's not that good. That's not very fair. Hypodermic needles isn't good wrestling. But like when he's not doing that shit, he's good. So how do we quantify that? Merch sales, the Outrunners outsold him. What do we quantify that? His music, check his views, bro. I'm sorry, I'm not even hating. I like that top rope catch a vibe. It's check the views though. It's not like, it's not blowing up how I would think it should be, honestly. And all he shouldn't have dropped that on AEW Music's channel either. But you know Tony owns a piece of it. He funds Fozzy. He funds Swerve. He funds fucking Samantha Irvin when she goes there. Oops, did you hear that here first at PWT? Haha, it's great. So they're all going to report it in a month, guys. So anyways, though, yeah, so I'm not even hating on Swerve. I know it sounds like I am, but getting caught in the crosshairs here, as MF Doom would say. It is something when a former wrestler gets mad at a promoter who, okay, I already read that, and he was doing it after he knew the new deal was put together. So here's the thing. The new deal is meaningless. It never meant shit. It doesn't mean shit. They're already in the hole, Dave. So now they're trying to fight their way out of the hole. When they do start making money, hopefully soon, not when you lie and say they are and are fucking jinxing them like you always do with your cursed ass, but actually when they reel some money in here, okay? And Dave and to just be like, and Dutch knew about this before he said this shit. Oh, well, Dutch is in the hospital sick with his dying fucking wife, and his finances have already been poured into staying alive, literally staying alive. Sorry, guys. Some levity here, okay? It is a comedy show, and prayers up, best wishes, okay? You guys, seriously, in the chat, we need prayer hand emojis. No, you in your own ways, okay? But all the good energies to the Mantells or the Keons, whatever you want to call them. Either way, for Dave to like keep piling on, like sentence after sentence, he's just digging his own grave further and further, just turning off so many people who are already holding on by a thread, who are already down to the last $14.99 they're willing to shill to this dumb motherfucker, right? And they're hanging on barely, and he's going to turn them off with like gross, weird, like, bro, everyone loves Dutch Mantell. What the fuck are you talking about? I know you don't like him for whatever, because he criticized Tony Khan. But just to keep going, like, just to keep saying, like, and he knew about the deal. And yeah, it was public news. And, you know, like, what the fuck does that? It's just like a gross thing. And he knew this, so he's even dumber while he's dying in the hospital with his wife, who's also dying. You know what I mean? Fuck that goof. You know what I mean? Sorry, we're getting harsh here. People are probably turned off with me just cussing up a storm. Lincoln Hawk, a member for 4 months, says do something because it's the right thing to do, not for the recognition. Meltzer's a scumbag and Karma's a see you next Tuesday. Hello, Taco Tuesday. Everything comes back, bro. Karma's a bitch. And yeah, I will acknowledge me. An amazing comment as well. But yeah, so just disgusting. And then Meltzer goes on. He goes, and he was doing it after he knew the deal was put together. Who gives a fucking put together, man? No one's paying attention, dude, like that. Like, you're so obsessive. You think everyone's obsessed like you, bro. But Phil is obsessed like you, and that's the problem. Because now I'm going to call you on your shit forever until the ends of time. And he goes, where were we? Sorry. Doing it after he knew the new deal was put together that was going to make the company exceedingly profitable. But it's not exceedingly profitable yet. And even you're saying it's not exceedingly profitable. And who gives a shit if they're making money? It doesn't mean that you can't waste money. If I have $1 billion in the bank, like, this is the mindset of all these goofball fans. They don't understand it. Just because I have $1 billion in the bank, I can still waste 200 million on bullshit and waste it. Oh, but it doesn't affect you, so what do you care? Okay, fair enough. That's a good point, but it doesn't mean you can't waste money, you dumb fuck. So if he points out, and I'm saying Swerve's a waste of money. I'm backhand complimenting him. In general, all of AEW now, if you want to make it specifically about Swerve and Dutch, okay, Dutch can think that it's a waste of money to spend it as much as they did on Swerve. And I'm saying waste of money. I don't even know what Dutch said, but he was critical of it. Okay, you can still criticize. Dave, I'm sure you cried when Elon bought fucking Twitter. Dave criticizes how TV networks do the key demo. He's critical of shit. So why can't Dutch be critical, and why you got to bring it up when he's dying? When Dave's dying, bro, it's going to be like, I just picture it like Mr. Magoo, like a series of mishaps, except for he doesn't avoid them all. Like he steps on a rake, and I don't wish this on him at all, by the way. And this is all comedy, parody, scary movie type Wayne's Bros comedy. But it's like you step on a rake, it hits you in the head. You know, a piano, a fucking anvil falls off the thing, clonks him on the head. He's in the hospital with his leg in a sling. Austin shows up, beats it down. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. That's the karma, Dave. If you don't like apologize for this, you know, this is fucked. Anyways, so yeah, Dave's like a Looney Tunes cartoon, bro. So who can afford it? Who gives a shit? Wrestlers using the old school, he doesn't draw money, and not understanding that this isn't a mom and pop week-to-week business based on live event numbers, but one that in a worst-case scenario year would generate $250 million next year. Watch them not do that number. He's jinxing it so bad, and he did this last time. Do not let Dave gaslight any of you guys into believing this. When he's saying 250 million next year, there's no evidence of that. There's fucking none whatsoever. Okay? We don't know that yet for sure. We will see when the time comes. And if they get 200 million, I even said it from the last deal. I don't know, like 150 million or something. It was like, they said upwards 175 or whatever. And Dave's like, well, if this, and that, it'll be 250 million. Based off what, man? Unless you're bought into the company or Tony tells you this shit. And like, I'm sure that's illegal. You know, that's got to be illegal. You're going to jail. No. FBI, open up. But the old, he doesn't draw money. Okay. He doesn't though, man. And when you're operating in the red and you want to talk all this shit, we're allowed to criticize it. We're allowed to criticize if like Cody Rhodes is getting $5 million a year and then they're doing the business they're doing, Dave, just objective business, right? And then AEW is doing the objective business they're doing, but they're also giving talent $5 million a year. They need to strongly reconsider what the fuck they're doing and what these people are worth. That's a fair criticism. There's no fairer. Is that a word? Fairer, mon frere. There's no more fair. Am I saying this right, chat? Are you following me? You can't be more fair of a criticism. You can't have more fair of a criticism, rather, than saying that. Like, okay, look what they're paying Mox. Look what they're paying Trick Williams, who's beating them in the ratings. Hey, Tony overspent on this guy. Oh, but he can spend that much. Okay. And I can pull my dick and balls out and run down the street. It doesn't mean it's a wise idea. It doesn't mean it's a good idea, bro. It doesn't mean it's like good for society or necessarily might be good for me in the moment because I'm a sick freak who gets off on that shit. No, just kidding. But, you know, it's like, how do you just say that? It's so stupid. It's so stupid to be like, just all of this shit, it's going to be exceedingly profitable, but it's still not yet though. So like, how is that a criticism? Dave, fucking sick freak. Anyways, he goes, wrestlers using the old school, he doesn't draw money, blah blah blah, mom and pop week to week business. Okay, but WWE isn't mom and pop either, and they do the biggest business and they're focused on, you know what I mean? Like, they're focused on people who draw and shit. And they're sort of going back to that too with WWE. They're allowing these wrestlers to, like, I don't think Triple H is scared of them becoming bigger than the company, because I think he knows if he's fair and they're fair, you know, and we can be friends, call your friends and get with my friends and we can meet on the weekend. No, but like, if you're fair and we're fair, okay, go do that movie and just come back and do the fucking job when we ask, and we'll pay you good enough so you don't have to go embarrass yourself in AEW and just be a part of this, you know? I don't think Triple H fears someone getting bigger than the company anymore. I think we will see people break out and do that in the next, 10, 20 years. It's impossible not to. Look at like how they're the girls in NXT now alone are like light years beyond what the ladies were at the start of NXT, even, you know? Yeah, even the 2.0 era. People hated on that, but look what they did with the NIL talent. It's just amazing. Anyways, based on live event numbers. So he goes, Mom, based on live event numbers, but one that in the worst case will draw $250 million, and that most of that revenue is guaranteed ahead of time. So let me just bury him for not knowing Tony's personal affairs and my personal investment affairs while him and his wife are dying. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Just to do that. Dave Meltzer is a dumb, sick freak. And that was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Two hours roasting Dave Meltzer, chat. Round of applause for 2 hours roasting Dave Meltzer. Okay? Never forget. I'm leaving this bookmarked, actually. I'm going to add it back to the Dave folder. That's going in another video. Let's go into more bookmarks, shall we? We got IWC sickos. So there's just like a bunch of fucking meltdowns. I can't wait to get to these. We got a bunch, guys, right? There we go. We just did 2 hours on Meltzer. I mean, my word. All right. I don't know. I think I covered everything. I think I summated it, you know, and came with the most receipts, right? As I think, you know, go listen to Dutch's thing, though. His co-host just really gives that perspective that is, yeah, it's like, I don't want to say heart-wrenching, but it's just so, it's maddening. Anyways, let's get into the sicko segment here. A 2-hour burial of Dave. I think that's a world record, chat. Round of applause for a world record set today. So I put it in the poll. Do you think Dave Meltzer? I put it in the poll. I put the poll in the poll. I put the poll in the chat. Do you think Dave Meltzer has any credibility left? Let's end that. 8% of you said yes. Who of you said yes? And if you weren't trolling, explain thyself. Flutes 20%, of course, but no 72%. Amazing work. You guys are the best. Thank you for participating. Huge, spectacular, huge numbers tonight on the live stream. Huge. It was huge. And tons of likes. We broke the like record. You guys are the best. We're still going. I'm not done here. 2-hour Dave burial. Let's bury the goddamn sickos before we get out of here. It's going to be good times. Red Bull. Crack a Red Bull. Get a soda water. We're staying clean here tonight. No libations for your boy Phil. But definitely toast to soda water for Tony the Goat. All right. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I know it's like break time. I got to catch my breath. We just went 2 hours hard on Dave. Here we go. So, Jason G from the SAT said, nah. Or wait, hold on. Before we get into this, joining us now on the show in honor of Dave Meltzer, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Oh, yeah. It is time for our sicko segment of the fucking weekend, I guess. Until the next one. So Jason G from the SAT says, nah, Blood knew NXT was going to whoop Dynamite. This King Gao guy goes, the Hurt Syndicate had an amazing introduction to AEW. Swerve and Bobby Lashley at full gear as official. Powerhouse Hobbs is back and looking better than ever. Tag match was dope as hell. Billy Goat return. Stories are moving forward. Dynamite kicked ass. Don't let miserable rating loser bait you with chores tomorrow. That dude was already crying, dude.
Shut up, bitch!
Before it even happened. Okay. So we have Undertaker here responding to the marks, and not Phil S. Marks, but he's just responding to the jabroni wrestlers who are marks for themselves, you know? So this made the sicko segment. Let's check this out here.
You know what killed me, though, was all the passive-aggressive tweets that I got from wrestlers. Like, I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. You need to get off this. You need to get off of Twitter and figure out why you're not drawing anything. But
and Omos is laughing because he's like, dude, I've had 8 matches and they were against Brock Lesnar, Bobby Lashley, you know, big ass name after big ass name, AJ Styles. Daniel Flores for $2 says 8% was AEW boots, or do you mean bots? Either way. Thank you so much for the super chat. Just in time for the flute. Yeah, you actually missed a 2-hour Dave burial, but we're into the sickos now, so enjoy. Dave will get brought up again. Anyways, shout out the Undertaker. And so Tony Khan is in this picture that AR Gold posted, of course. And this Jay from Canada fellow says, oh Lord, this dork really lives in a fantasy delusional world. Couple of things. AEW's flagship show should never lose to a developmental show on AEW's normal day and time slot. Boom. And even get the developmental out of there. Just no wrestling show that they're claiming, you know? Anyways, also, he conveniently left out WWE's Netflix and USA deals in conjunction with the CW deal. I get it, though. This moron needs that X money instead of getting an actual job. That's the literal truth. So AAR Gold goes, Tony Khan is clearly a better businessman than anyone in WWE. He got a $185 million TV deal for AEW, and the main show did less than NXT, which only got $25 million. WTK. And yeah, just leaving out like, no, it's more than that next year, and then more than that next year. Still less than the 185, but at the same time, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It's the next deal's going to be more, and then Tony's next deal's going to be less, because that's how it goes. And he's also WBD's bought in. And they're losing their ass right now. So if they can scrape a little off the top of AEW, they'll let that shit stay alive and fucking sell ads on it and stuff and let Tony do his dumb whatever the fuck he wants to do. He probably pays them. That's what people speculated on. So who knows? But yeah, AIR Gold said what he said, and he's a goober, man. I just got him muted, you know? So, yeah, Killer Kelly. A former guest on PWT podcast, Killer Kelly, TNA Knockout, recently had a baby, and congratulations to her and Myron Reed, one of the rascals, one of the OG rascals, right? And look at the shit that she goes, do some people really think it's okay to send messages like this? I'm going to start exposing every single person that does this because they deserve to be known for their behavior. If you can, please report this piece of human garbage. And so look at this. She posts pictures, and this guy, Brandon White, is responding to multiple times to the same picture in her Instagram DMs. How are you from Portugal, but you're dating a black man? He won't be able to understand your language. She speaks English, and so does he. You piece of shit, you know? And then he goes, how stupid showing your pregnant belly online. You don't deserve to be a mother. Bro, right? And I'm doing this because she said it. Everyone go report and spam this goof. He goes, I didn't know you like black guys. Jesus, Brandon White. Dumb as L. Why? Yeah, because psychos like you will see it. Everyone else is cool, bro. He goes, this girl seriously let a black dude knock her up? How stupid. Does he think this shit is public? Does he think he's on Twitter? God, what a sicko, man. Shadow Killer Kelly, dude. So, Pro Wrestler Counselor says, not sure why this is funny considering AEW tries to be ECW at times, all the time. They think that's what they are. Drain Bamager, who some people speculate is Tony Khan himself, or at least someone who works in AEW or for AEW in some capacity, says that Christian Cage just buried ECW and called it an outlaw promotion, as the other channel runs a special ECW show in the 2300 arena at the same time, LMFAO. And it's like, yeah, we all know, bro, wrestling's mainstream. You have to like over explain that shit because you're always over explaining these little fucking goofy side stories about AEW to people. You don't need to explain all that. We understand the reference. Here's the other thing with Christian Cage. I bet he thought his segment was going to like do the best of the night, because people do like to watch him talk. Even WWE fans say it like, no, Christian's good, but no, it's played out. Everything in AEW's played out. Just a lot of people called it out. You know, there was like 300,000 more fans like 2 years ago or like a year ago that just are like really falling off, and we're really starting to see everyone fall off. And it's because it's played out. We don't want to see dumb dad jokes. We're over the dad faction. You know, in AEW, they just cling on to something that kind of works, and then they just run it into the ground so fast. And even MJF is tiresome. We said it earlier, you know? But either way, I'm not going to play his shit. I'm going to get Don Stevens. But like, LMAO, he took a shot at ECW and obviously by proxy WWE, because we know they were going head to head. And it's like, this is the shit I was trying to give them credit for getting away from. This is the shit that I was hoping AEW would stop doing, and they just can't help themselves. Not even Christian. Shadow Corny there. Here is Undertaker. Here, let's play. This is the longer version of what I played before. We already saw it. He's just like, get off Twitter and shit. Here's Wrestling Counselor again. He says, someone posted to the wrong account. All Elite Blog says, All Elite Wrestling is setting new standards in pro wrestling with a star-studded roster, innovative matches, and a signature style all their own. AEW delivers unmissable action every week. Buckle up for 2 hours of professional wrestling live on AEW Dynamite. So, like, is this a tweet for, you know, like, is this someone who works in AEW whose burner turns out is AEW blog, and that's why they've been blocking everyone and shilling AEW and they're fuck it? You know what I mean? That's what I'm wondering now. Let's give it an X-Files, because I don't know. I think it's becoming more and more obvious. Guys, I just really want you guys to pay attention to who follows some of the sickoest accounts that even have like 20 followers, and look at who follows them, man. Some of these real AEW sickos. I'm telling you, dude, I don't know if like that shit's gonna, yeah, I don't know. I could do a YouTube video on it. I should, but yeah, it would get so many people mad. But the thing is like, I don't know, dude. I see it, dude. I see it. And I don't want to just be like naming people and like who I speculate some of these accounts are and shit. But this AEW blog, I really do think it's someone who works there, you know? I don't know who. I'm not going to like dig around. I don't give a fuck. They blocked me a long time ago, but it's just like, now I can see their shit. Not that I was even looking at their stuff. I don't think I ever followed them. They just blocked me. But yeah, I don't know. This seems like a tweet that someone like Tony Khan was trying to send. Not that. Well, you know, if it's Tony, I don't think Tony honestly uses burners. I think he's such a sicko. He'll just use his own account for whatever. And he just tweets out whatever. I don't think he'd be able to control. We'd find it in 1 second. It would be like no debate, because he tweets the same way, you know, and he uses like GIFs a lot and stuff like that. So, and Time Cop. No, but I don't know. This seems like someone who works there. This feels overly professional for AEW blog, unless the whole time AEW blog has been owned by someone from AEW and they've never denied that. I don't know, but it just seems kind of stooging yourself. But a lot of these accounts stooging themselves. Ref MJ from NJ. I just call him MJ from NJ because that's how they were known on Thurston's thing back in the day. So how sad that the Shadow Saber deleted an hour-long convo in which I presented my views on WWE ID, which halfway through he started to agree with and repeat back in his own words. There is nothing more sad than the person who thinks they know it all, as a counter view presented, agrees with it, and then is too afraid to have it be public. So basically what MJ from NJ is saying is that they presented their view. So this is Christian but no cage, and look, they're clearly an AEW stan. And they had a conversation together. MJ from NJ convinced the Shadow Saber of their position on the WWE ID program, and this person publicly agreed with them, but afterwards was like, "Oh, nope, you're blocked." And
Liar!
You know, like, nope, I'm correct. Like, fuck it, deleted the whole conversation. And it's just like, come on now, bro. You can't. Oh, come on now, Shadow Saber. That's not very fair. Would have been good for people to see. You know, they don't. It's delusional. It's a cult. You're not allowed to. This person would lose their whole identity. You know what I mean? So, yeah, deleting evidence of it to begin with. The ironic part is that he got upset today for being called out on declaring something not a fact that was undoubtedly a fact. Okay. Nobody telling him that in a few short days I'll see his tweets again. What a bad faith censorship, baby. I don't know. That's funny. Shout out MJ from NJ. So, we got some stuff here. The counselor, bro, he's in here. He's been putting in overtime here for PWT. The Wrestling Mark 16 is like, this app is never going to be fun again, is it? And then Real Jack Cassidy, nope. It's so funny, dude. They're such bullies. It's a bully mentality. It really is. When things were going their ways in 2019, someone responded this to me under one of my tweets because I was responding to this, and I quote tweeted this shit, and someone responded to it, and they're like, dude, if you were on Twitter in 2019, 5 years ago or however long ago, they were beating the shit out of us, like trashing us every week because they're beating NXT. And like WWE was so shit, and we trudged through it, took it on the chin, and we're still on this app. And now these motherfuckers can't handle it, you know? So I appreciate it. I can't remember who it was who told me that on X, but I appreciated that. I was like, hell yeah, dude, because I wasn't in the IWC 5 years ago. I was a little bit, like I had my old Twitter that was just like, you know, fucking everything that I like, but I didn't even really use it. I fucking sucked at Twitter too. If you go to the day one of PWT as well, like I didn't understand Twitter really, you know, and then I figured it out. But yeah, this Jack Cassidy guy is always crying too. It's not going to be fun again. Why? Because you guys lost in the ratings. A lot of people are saying it's political too. I don't think it's that, man. Like, everyone fucking Twitter exploded the more shit got political, you know? So I don't agree with that, but I just think it's over the fact that their cognitive dissonance has been punctured and they're just trying to repair. They're like in a bubble, right? So then when their cognitive dissonance bubble gets like fucking burst a little bit, right? A little tear comes in it. Holy shit, they lost the key demo and they just got smoked. Like not one segment on their own night beat any segment, beat fucking TNA's Rhino. You know, fucking Robbie E. TNA's Robbie E and Rhino? Is that who you mean? TNA outdrew AEW confirmed? You know? Like, because that happened, you're fucking gonna quit Twitter and you're, this app won't be fun. But it was fun when, and I know because I was reading the shit too. I wasn't partaking, but I'm not as familiar with the beatdowns, but I would see the tweets that would go viral of like, look at AEW's kicking ass. And I loved AEW. I still watch it, damn it. You know, I don't ever watch Rampage anymore. And then Collision is like, maybe I'll do that sometimes, but I don't really wanna, you know, like UFC's on right now. I got that on instead of Collision. So, yeah, they're just crying, bro. And here's Tony McCon right here. Those failed meme things. So, again, the counselor says, what a vile thing to say. And Wrestling Mark 16 says, did they move NXT to Wednesday because they didn't want to get killed in the ratings? Or because 90% of the roster requested the night off in case they needed to prepare for a possible insurrection? See, dude, so now this dude's making it political. He's trying to be like, oh, you're all MAGA or whatever.
You what?
Meanwhile, Tony Khan's dad, who fucking helps fund this company that you stand and cry over, you know, Chris Jericho, who Dave Meltzer had to disgustingly insert into the whole Dutch Mantell thing because they're on each other's nuts so hard, you know? Like his wife, you know what I'm saying? I don't need to get, you guys know. And not that I'm judging, fucking whatever. It's not, I'm Canadian. About. We're not even a real country anyway, you know? So it's like, fuck what I got to say about it. But it's just, I don't even have an opinion. But all I'm saying, dude, you got to keep the same energy. Let's flip it on. Oh, he likes Kamala Harris and he fucking, you know what I mean? Well, people there fucking support. It's voting. People support one or the, like, shut up. You can't just do that, you know? Stupid, dumb stuff. But, yeah, it's just requested the night off. Like, what the fuck does that mean, you know? Like, where was Obafemi at? You talking about Obafemi? Was gonna... fuck you talking about? Anyways, though, WWE ID, so that's in WWE news. They dropped like 100 names that they're not 100 yet, but like 20 motherfuckers at least at this point. Close to that. Probably like maybe closer to, I'm talking shit. I'm not the hot news, remember? Closer to like 15, you know, names that have been scouted and announced from the WWE ID. I have them all bookmarked. I don't know if we'll get to them tonight, but we'll definitely cover them all. One of them is Jack Cartwheel. Okay, who does AEW dates, and he's an indie guy. He does the cartwheels. We've made fun of him on the show, and if you go back, you guys can go through the goddamn transcripts and go back and find your boy Phil Mark saying this. Jack Cartwheel, yo, he's got a good physique. He could be a really good jobber. His legs look really powerful, you know, and he does these dumb cartwheels, though, but he's got a good... He can wrestle. If you watch like a match, you're like, okay, he can do the shit. He just wants to cartwheel, though. So it's silly. But WWE scouted him, and they made him drop the Jack Cartwheel thing. And they're like, no, you're Cartwheel Jack Summit. Like immediately, they're like, no, you're not fucking Jack Cartwheel. A cartwheel can't be your gimmick. You can do a cartwheel, but it can't be your gimmick. So they instantly were like Cartwheel Jack Summit, which I love that. And his finisher, the Twisting Star Press. I love these WWE ID fucking, I love what they're doing with all of this. Very social media friendly. They know they're drumming up the shit a little bit, but it's good. It brings up interest. This guy's stock just went up regardless. He can go, no, fuck WWE, and go make more money on the indies now just because they tweeted this shit out. My word, man. So it's, but then, yeah, AIR Gold scouted from AEW. Just Goober City, dude. So yeah, it's the Garcia thing. We watched this last show, right, where he's just dancing with everyone. You guys can just, if you're watching the show, crazy, man. That stuff is whack as fuck. Powerful King JJ says these folks already have dream matches in place for the Street Profits and AEW and throwing more darts at Triple H. And the Street Profits are working like a fucking angle, guys. Like, this is their split up is going to happen. And they're doing it through the social media shit because they can't drum up the interest on TV. And right now they need the TV for some other shit. And it's pretty obvious what they're doing. They're using social media to their advantage. I pointed out all the goddamn time. That's why WWE's operating on another level. Tony Khan isn't being innovative with anything, especially not social media. He's just spamming fucking "thank you for watching Dynamite" tweets throughout the whole show, thanking the people that are already watching the show. You know what I mean? So anyways, let's look at a real goof here. Is like, what is going on? And it's about, Montez Ford frustrated with constant stop and go with the Street Profits. The Fed is known for racism. Color me shocked. Their hottest angle is a bunch of brown dudes. The Bloodline's a bunch of brown dudes, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. All the women are the most international, multicultural, diverse mix of women you could ever, like, that's what I was hoping too with the US title. I was hoping it was the IC title, because the whole, like, look at that 10-woman main event. It's like, it's just international stars, and you look at the main roster, it's just everyone's from all over the world, you know? It's a beautiful thing, man. You know, the US title is a little more WCW, like it came after the IC title in WWE's lineage, you know, and they consider the US title from WCW sort of like the WWE's title actually is a resurrection of that. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but I believe so. If you can fact check me on that, I believe it's like a continuation of that same lineage or whatever. But yeah, so I would have liked the IC title first personally. That's Phil Mark's Fantasy Mark booking. But yeah, Triple K strikes again. I see people call Tony Khan like Triple KK Khan as well. So it's like they both get that. So I'm not gonna, you know, I see both drones and sickos throw that one back, lobby that back and forth. Continuing along. The AEW Freakazoids are leaving. We won. So I mentioned it earlier. All these goobers are like, let's go to Blue Sky. And I went and signed up for one, and I just put flutes in the chat. It's like, everyone go sign up on that app, and all you do is tweet out a flute or whatever it's called. Sky Blue Sky. Yeah, dude, I bet Tony Khan owns Blue Sky confirmed. Tony Khan started it, dude. And that's why they're all like, let's go over there. It's like a marketing ploy for them to escape so they can just lie to each other like a cult, bro. But we talked about this. That's what cults do. They separate themselves from reality, from the rest of the world, and give each other fucking false hope and praise or whatever the fuck. And there's always a prophet, and over there it's Tony Khan. And I scrolled through the app. It's literally just a Twitter knockoff, except for everything's public, right? So the sickos are going to expose themselves so horribly on that app, and we have to be there to witness it. People send screen grabs from Blue Sky. But the handles are dumb. It's like you make your handle .blue sky or some shit or something. Like, it's so stupid. And I always sign up for every new app. Like, I don't give a fuck, you know. I have like a Rumble. I'm not on there doing Rumble content. I just like synced my YouTube to it, and I've never went on there ever, I don't think, you know. So I sign up for everything. Even like I have a Twitch. I don't fucking use it, you know, but I will probably one day, right? I just make sure like I own my handles on every app, right? It's important for the branding and all that. So yeah, Dav Boro, former Dav Boro, but he cringed himself out, so he changed it to Dav GWP. Says it's become apparently since using Blue Sky. Dummy, yeah. For the last day that Twitter's genuinely just a toxic mess. Yeah, because of you, Dav. The first time I ever interacted with Dav, he would just go look him up. I'm not gonna fucking, you know, tell these Meltzer stories here, but like, just go look at how he argues to people. He will just purposefully shift the goalpost or move shit out of context, or like you fucking disprove is one thing, so then he'll just like make it about something. And I guess I just said that, moving the goalpost, but you guys get what I mean. It's like, it's just pure gaslighting with this guy, and that's what this is. Oh, it's apparent because after using Blue Sky. Yeah, the same thing happened on Threads. For the first 4 days, you guys were like, oh, it's amazing here. And then everyone stopped using it. And it's not a better place, or else you all wouldn't need Blue Sky. You would all still just be using Threads.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
I'll say it one more time. You guys would not be needing Blue Sky. You would all just sign up and stay on and actually use Threads.
Dummy, yeah.
Especially because you all already probably have Instagrams. So he goes, I urge people who are sick to give Blue Sky a chance, especially if you're an AEW fan. I believe Tony McCann owns Blue Sky, or like a stake in it or something. Because it's like all of a sudden they're all like, yeah, let's go to Blue Sky. Why not Threads? Why not Truth Social? It's great. It's huge. It's the second biggest. Ask Elon. No. Why don't you go to Threads? Am I wrong, chat? Like, am I not the only one saying that? So Threads just isn't a thing, but it was all great and sunshine and lollipops and rainbows over there when it started. Oh, it got toxic too, for real. It's just like Instagram automatically posts on it, so like you don't even have to post on it. Is that your excuse? You could just go there and start using it like Twitter. Well, Threads, I like that you can like quote post, so then stay on fucking Twitter. Tony Khan has to own some of this. I'm throwing it out there. Allegedly. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, I'm just making shit up. Who knows? Another X-Files. Ed Brown says, do you think, for $5, man, thank you so much, says, do you think they will do women's intercontinental title announcement on Monday? That way there's brand synergy for both the men's and women's titles. Yeah, I think maybe not even on this Monday. It might happen like on the debut Netflix show. I could see them doing that too, because Netflix is in this many million international homes, and then they don't blow their wad all at once. And also the US title, it's like you don't want to have two brands battling for two titles at the same time. Like, I know they do that. They do that. I know they do that, but they also shouldn't do it this time because they just did that with the tag titles and then it takes a bit away from the US title. But I get why they did the US title and unveiled it on Smackdown, because it's on USA. So the US title on USA, it makes the most sense, right? I get it. I would like if the belts weren't like copy and paste replicas, though. It'd be cool if the belts were like, what's his face? O'Shea Jackson Jr. tweeted out what I said a long time ago. Like, they need to put the Statue of Liberty. O'Shea Jackson Jr. listens to PWT. Confirm. What? Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, I think they do. Maybe not at this Raw, though. Plenty in Pixel Art for $2 says, alternative theory, all social media is toxic. It is. It's not good for people's brains. You know what I mean? We got to make fun of it, you know? We got to bring levity to it. We got to approach it with a different angle like I'm doing. And yes, I'm just roasting people. I didn't invent this, chat. But yeah, you got to make it fun. For real, I wouldn't use the shit if I would. Like, it's just not fun. And I've started to try and post and ghost more, and then I just start responding to marks. We all get looped into it. That's why it's toxic. We all have bubbles, right? So I try to go outside the bubble. That's why motherfuckers too, they're like, you follow me. And it's like, well, yeah, we were debating and I enjoyed it. And even though it like didn't really get anywhere, maybe we'll meet again down the line, or like I'll follow people I don't always agree with. It's like John Cena says it too. He's like, yeah, you just got to follow people. Follows PWT. No, he follows like 1 million people almost, you know. But either way, though, hey, one of the milli. He's got like 15 million followers, so that ratio is pretty good, folks. I don't know. Peacemaker follows your boy. That's all I'll say. But for real, though, it's like I like to have shit from outside the bubble come in, and then it gives me content. I get to stay sharp. I get to quote tweet it, make it fun. But yeah, Plenty, and you're right. It's all fucked up. Arthur Jennings for $10 Australian. My word. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you an acknowledged. No, I'm going to give you a because I was closer. Glad you're well and back doing the show. Yes, thank you. Can't believe Meltzer went after a sick Dutch Mantell. For that, I give you a flute. I cooked Meltzer for 2 hours to start this show. 45 minutes of this has been sickos. The other 2 hours was a Dave Meltzer burial. PWT presents the burial of Dave Meltzer. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
Arthur Jennings, and thanks for checking in on your boy. You know what I mean? I appreciate that a lot. A lot. Okay. So, Dav continues. Like, they're all fucking, this guy goes, blue sky is AEW territory. So, like, less of you, but you can all just, like, blow each other and make fun of the Fed with no pushback. But you all want to make fun of the Fed. Like, do you guys get that? They want to make fun of the fucking Federation, bro. Okay? WWE fans just got to own it, bro. AEW's fans are the sickos. They just got to own the Fed, bro. They want to fucking take shots at the Federation, but they don't want to eat shots, though. That's bully shit. So you want to punch, but you don't want to get punched back. And bullies are always in the minority. There's always more people who aren't bullies than there are bullies. So it's exactly bully mentality. So I don't want to hear people like, oh, but they're punching whatever. No, according to Tony Khan, I have more money than them and this guy, and I won't tolerate this shit. And we'll get $250 million, the second most profitable of all time, not adjusted for inflation, minus my dad's chunk or plus my dad's chunk. You know, like, you guys want to play these games and talk that shit, and you're this big bad billionaire, Tony Khan. It's a fair fight, bro. We just saw in the UFC Alex Pereira, the #1 fucking fighter, some would say pound for pound light heavyweight champ. He took on Khalil Roundtree, who's ranked #8. Is Khalil, is that not a good fight? Is that not a fair fight? No, bro. You know, Pereira's got more money. He's got more clout. He's got more legacy. He's ranked way higher. But they squared up, bro, and Tony wanted to square up till he's, till he got fucking 1-2'd, and now he's like, oh, dude, no. And Dave and them are like, no, Tony's doing a good job of not melting down lately, honestly. And he's being kind of funny lately. Like, if he does respond to people, he's being nice and he's being sort of jovial. I'm cool with that, Tony. Don't melt down, or do, because I can cover it on the show and it'll be fucking hilarious. But hey, either way. Wrestling Mark, see, and here's the handles, right? So this is like what Blue Sky looks like. It's just a Twitter knockoff, and the handle is at wrestlingmark.bsky.social. Bro, nobody's switching to a fucking app where it's like a longer than a website name, bro. What? Nobody's switching from Twitter. Oh, I can't just be at Pro Wrestle Times. I have to be at prowrestletimes.bsky.social.
You fucking mark!
No one's going and like, I'm sorry, guys. Have fun while you're there in this dumb fucking whatever dumb invented this. This fucking and here's the thing too, you guys ready? It's not just AEW sickos. I'm scrolling through. They go, tell us some things you like. So I click like, sports, comedy, this, that. And like NBA people are like, oh, I notice on Threads, the toxic NBA fans aren't here. They're all doing it. It's just like a cope fest. The new app, bro. Great. Meanwhile, they're all going to come back to Twitter in 7 days. So Blue Sky is AEW territory. Wrestling goes, man, I really hope them lots stay way over there. This place seems so peaceful. So I'm kind of noticing this is basically an app. So this guy can't stop talking about the other app, though. How obsessed could you be? How addicted to the other fucking app could you be? And it's just a bunch of mentally ill restarts fucking on this app, all just like humping. Isn't it great? It's so fucking great, man. It's amazing, right? And he just can't get over the fact that like he left Twitter. It's like, hey, you left, bro. Like, this is how you know you're crawling back. You ever fucking date a girl that's still obsessing with you after you break up? She ends up trying to come back, bro, or flip it around, boyfriend, whatever. But like, you don't want to cross paths with him again because you're like, okay, it's some shit. This guy's gonna come crawling back. Anyways, so I'm kind of noticing this is basically an app for AEW fans who just want peace, quiet, and positivity when they enjoy a show. Maybe, I don't know. So I put a question mark. Like, is it that? I can't really tell. I'm fucking stupid. This is what dreams are made of. This is what I joined Twitter for in the first place. To just only hear one opinion you agree with is why you joined a social media app that's available to the public for public discourse, for people to share news and their opinions. You don't want to hear other opinions on the opinion app. Whoa! Fucking sickos, man. You know what I mean? I'm going to do my best to avoid any spoilers for Collision this week. Probably a lot easier on here. But I really need an Outrunners win. Probably a lot easier on here. He's so obsessed with Twitter. He's coping so hard. I'm here for purely positive wrestling talk. So any mention of Randy Orton or NXT in your band? Dude, this is a cult. This is what cults do. They all go from one place to the other. Okay? They go from one place to a new one that's isolated. And they start going, we just only preach positivity and love here, folks. We don't belong in this society. Their opinions are wrong. We know better. Our leader knows better, Tony.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
This is cult behavior, dude. They're leaving to go reaffirm shit that they need reaffirmed because of some sort of like psychological issue with their brains. I don't fucking know. Dav Boro. Whoever's running Blue Sky must be confused as fuck. The quest 24 to 48 hours with all new wrestling accounts joining the last. My boy wrestlingmark.bsky.social. Look how fucking ugly those handles look. Nobody's switching to that shit, bro. He's finally joined up. Get him followed. We can all make a pact, by the way. Blue Sky is a ratings, attendance, discourse free zone. But then what's going to happen when they do better in the ratings? Do you guys think that they'll Blue Sky out some fucking ratings tweets? Chat, what do you think? You think they're going to Blue Sky out some ratings tweets when it's favorable for them the next time it is?
Great.
You guys let me know. I know the answer. Fucking sickos. Yeah, can we all make a pact? You already have. You already are. Guys, this is a cult. Okay? I'm over here now. First they start over here, then they go over there now. I was watching a fight. I lost my train of thought before. It was funny. First Blue Sky post. Let's go. Big LA's Team Chaos. Dude, I might go there just to fucking read what he's got to say. Officially deactivated my Twitter. Elon can eat shit. When TK first pitched Battle of the Belts, he wanted to be a 2-hour live special, a free pay-per-view on TV. I think this is what Parade of Champions will be, maybe on Fox. Keep dreaming, bud. Parade of Champions is a dumb name, and Battle of the Belts is dead, failed. So what makes anyone think that a new concept, Battle of the Belts, Parade of Champions, yeah, that's going to do better? It's not. Maybe on Fox, okay? If Fox doesn't like viewers and money. And, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. He won't book it like a 2-hour pay-per-view. Battle of the Belts wasn't... Tony wanted it to be like this, but it wasn't ever that. So now he's going to do that over there, and it's going to work? Like a free pay-per-view. Then you fucking kill your pay-per-view business. You know? Just put on great dynamites. Write good stories. Jesus. So the fantastical tales of Tony Khan at Burning Senton 90 says, sing, O muse of Tony, son of Khan, the noble savior of New Japan, whose golden vision and sculpted form struck awe across the realms of wrestling. With wisdom rare and acumen sharp as a finely tempered sword, he beheld the mighty New Japan, a giant fallen to its knees. Shrouded in the fog of despair, the warriors of New Japan, hearts heavy and weary, beheld this hero, whose voice was like thunder and whose gaze like fire. Fear not, cried Tony. Fear not, cried Tony, his words cascading like a river of strength. For I bring forth the alliances, vast and unbroken, that shall breathe new life into this ancient realm. With mind as keen as Athena's spear, and a cock equally as shall restore you to greatness, and your glory shall ring through the ages. With every word he inspired them, lifting them from their doldrums. Mighty warriors and champions of old rallied beneath his banner, their spirits rekindled by the promise of triumph. To AEW, he joined their fortunes, a bridge across empires built by his mighty hand, blending lands and wrestlers into one family of strength. God bless this glorious golden god, a triumph of the human spirit and shining beacon of philanthropy. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for a fantastical tales of Tony Khan. We'll actually just give it a fucking, this is great. Man, that is funny. Holy shit. He's a better writer than Meltzer, 100%. So moving along, LC Killer 20 says this guy is down with the sickness. Getting up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your eight and to me. One day. The pro wrestling world. Preach, my brother. The smart guys spitting facts. Only watching the mainstream that others tell you to watch makes you an uneducated sheep with poor taste, not a true fan. That's why I'm here, always bringing some culture. That's why Dave Meltzer, the greatest wrestling journalist ever, praises AEW. Great minds think alike. Get some culture, watch some real wrestling in AEW instead of WWE's sports entertainment, and then maybe have an educated conversation with other fans. The one and only Proud Smark. The worst fans are those who only watch WWE. That's like listening to only radio hits and only eating McDonald's. You're a sheep, WWE. Yeah, no, see, I think it's the complete and utter opposite, and AEW's trying to be WWE, and if they weren't, they wouldn't care about, the biggest attendance for any pro wrestling show. Dave Meltzer wouldn't argue about the key demos. He would just be like, well, the wrestling's better and more athletic and shit. But he doesn't even make that argument. He just tries to talk numbers, a battle he can't win, because he's a fucking dummy. And yeah, this guy's an idiot. Both of these guys who post this are fucking idiots. I would debate either of them on my show if they want to. Objectively, it's worse. And AEW is the McDonald's. AEW is the McDonald's, bro. You go on social media. If you're a wrestling fan, it's all in your fucking face. It's everywhere you go. You can only consume it once in a while or it makes you fucking sick. And you fucking slop hog pigs, neckbeard fucks, eat this shit up, okay? And just whatever. I've brought it up before. The other day on AEW, right? Oh, you're just eating whatever slop. No, dude. They could put a ketchup on your fucking McChicken and you wouldn't even notice because you're piggies, piggy wiggies. Talking to you, Proud Smark, and I'll tell you why. Like Jericho, he's the new Wave. He won the fucking the Ring of Honor title again, right? So he has an ROH style match without Honor on Dynamite, but it's a fucking, they call it a trios match, but in Ring of Honor, it's called 6-man tag. So it's like they can't even stay consistent with their own shit. Do you guys get what I'm putting down? Like they're not even, I don't know what Will Washington's doing, but they can't even stay consistent with their own fucking lore and bullshit. And that's the problem. Like Chris Statlander shows up out of nowhere and is just a babyface because after being a heel. All of a sudden, she's just not with Stokely and she's a babyface. Now, if you want to say people standing, like overly standing, but the WWE fans were critical of WWE when it was shitty 5 years ago and like 10 years ago and shit. If you want to talk about standing, okay, yes, if people are standing bad WWE back then, like a decade ago, okay. But if you're talking about now, WWE is red hot. There's a reason. Oh, billions of people eat McDonald's. Yeah, but it's food. People don't need to eat. It's the dumbest comparison. People need to eat. I just said people don't need to eat. I didn't mean to say that. People don't need to watch wrestling. People need to eat. So it's cheap, affordable food that you can locate anywhere. You drive anywhere, there's 10 fucking McDonald's. That's why it's so popular. It's not the same. People don't need to watch wrestling to survive. Maybe you fucking sick freaks do, but people don't need to do that. So that's why you can't even compare the two. You can't whatsoever. Okay? And the thing is Taylor Swift has objective talent. Is she the most talented ever? Again, that's not what makes you the best. It's entertainment. And that's why you see in WWE, you don't have to be he can do a 740 backflip. Okay. That doesn't matter in this grand scheme of things. Now, it's good if you can do that and have it in your back pocket, right? Taylor Swift doesn't have to be the best singer. That's not what makes people enjoy music. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, yes, if people are the best singers, okay, that it's amazing to listen to, but it doesn't mean that they write songs that people want to listen to. Same with wrestlers. You can be the most athletic guy. If you don't understand the psychology, people don't want to watch it. That's entertainment. But this whole like McDonald's argument, Bro, people need to eat food. You don't need to watch anything on television to live. You don't need to watch wrestling to live. You cannot compare the two. But if you want to compare it to McDonald's, okay. WWE is available. They try to make it as available to as many people as possible. They market extremely well. They have a little play area for the kids, but they got the McCafe menu for the adults who want a fucking coffee and a wrap or whatever. And they got the toy for the kids and they got the play area, right? Okay, so they appeal to everyone. They've stayed true to themselves. They've stayed at their core. They're casuals. Oh, you like the Big Mac? Well, here's the double Big Mac. After however many years, we're going to be innovative and bring in casuals, but their core people eat there fucking regularly. Okay, the majority of people do not eat at McDonald's all the time. You know what I mean? The majority of people eat at McDonald's a little bit of the time. Okay, so if you want to make the comparison, like you'll eat whatever bullshit, yeah, McDonald's is the best because they serve the most people because it's decent enough food. Like, you know what I mean? It's good enough. You can't tell me you don't like nuggies. You can't tell me you don't like Big Macs and shit. It's good food. Like, ultimately, we all would eat some McDonald's. Is it the best mom and pop burger shop? No. Okay. But that mom and pop burger shop also isn't selling as much, and it's not food. Like, wrestling's not food. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need it. So like a mom and pop burger shop, you can say it's the best and they can stay around for 50 years because people need to eat fucking food and they're making quality. McDonald's makes quality enough to where even motherfuckers like Gordon Ramsay goes, oh, damn, I'll come eat at McDonald's. I can't lie. I love McDonald's. Everyone says it. Everyone who doesn't like McDonald's. So I think the argument goes the other way. If you want to say, oh, you'll eat whatever slop they give you, or like say like, oh, only listening to radio hits. What's wrong with only listening to radio hits? Like, I don't do that. But like, oh, if you're not in underground music, yeah, all those underground artists, a bunch of them are broke as fuck. Like broke as fuck. Right? And they don't have an AEW, just throw it, right? So like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It's so dumb. Because then you're not keeping the same energy with that, you know? Anyways, I love roasting these goobers. So this comes out, Lisa Green, or I guess Wrestling World CC says, CM Punk reacts to Zeta Steel becoming a WWE ID prospect. Welcome to the program. He reacted to everyone who became a WWE ID prospect, by the way, not just Zeta Steel. And this guy, and then this Lisa Green says, another woman for Punk to fuck. Bro, like, you couldn't be more of a pussy saying some shit like that. And like, you couldn't reveal that you don't fuck more than by tweeting like that. And this guy goes, Tony Sellers how out. Sellers Tony's. Okay, that's a weird handle. He goes, and they go on about Vince grooming women? Who's they, bro? That's what you fucking idiots go on about. Who's they, bro? Who's they? Like the mainstream media? Or like what? What about grooming women? Like what the fuck are you talking about? This guy CM Punk should be investigated for S misconduct. A married man having affairs left and right? Horrible guy he is. You couldn't be sicker. Like, that's Jack Perry's burner right there, dude. Jack Perry on his fuck, man. Because, like, you can't accuse him of that. Just saying that about him, such bullshit, especially when you don't know. And, like, who cares? Obviously, we know it's bullshit, and we're going to make fun of it. Shut up, Punk. But a guy mid-40s married, chasing girls 20 to 25, embarrassing. Bro, he's going to be like the future trainer of NXT. Have you not heard about that? Have you not heard about how he's going to take over for Shawn Michaels and shit one day, and he's studying under him and Regal and learning the ins and outs of NXT and the WWE ID and the NIL shit so he can develop and train talent one day as well? You don't know about that, buddy? He tweeted about all the guys too. Does he want to fuck them? Oh yeah, he wants to fuck those dudes too, or what? Or are you just a crybaby? Jeepers. the mole, and I just quote tweet and go elboo. And Mole goes, who is this guy? It rings a bell, but I'm not really active on Twitter much. What does the jury say? So it's funny that like Ring of Honor wants to follow the Mole, and Elboo wants to follow the Mole. And I think the Mole is either trolling everyone or he's a very delicate liar. Or he's fucking, I'm just giving every option like Meltzer. Actually. But yeah, I'm leaning towards like I'm just giving both sides. If he does work in AEW, I think he could be a plant. There's a possibility of that. I guess anything's possible. But I also think it could just be like a super meticulous fucking troll that's working, you know? But either way, at one point the dude like he keeps asking for like a mole sign. And so I don't really interact with the Mole. Like I read everything he puts out there, but I don't fucking like or retweet or any of his shit. You know, I don't like whatever. I told you guys, I'm not like trying to blow up the actual account spot, even though I know it's redundant, but the Mole wants it. He wants signs of him even. He wants me to cover the shit. Okay. He threw the flutes up. You guys know. But the Mole deleted his account. But I responded to him before he did, and I was like, the one rare time I did, I was like, no signs. They'll sniff you out in 1 second, bro. And then like later that day, he deleted his account. And then there's a whole account called AEW Mole Exposed. And he's like, I deleted, I got rid of the account. And I'm sitting here like, are these two the same people just like doing a troll on everyone? But AEW Mole Exposed is hilarious. And he's like, it's because of me. I exposed him as being fake and blah, 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 blah. And yeah, I don't know. I just like was like, dude, you didn't do shit. You know, you have 2 fucking followers and I'm one of them. And I follow you because you're a goddamn sicko. And I'm going to make fun of you on my show, you know, for some of these L-ass takes. But yeah, and I'm just like, I'm one of the most critical of the Mole this whole time. Even right now, I'm being very critical and skeptical. However, we'll still follow up and see what he gets right. He got a bunch of shit right before. People are saying he swiftly deletes shit he gets wrong, but even the Mole Exposer was like, he got this whole dynamite wrong, but he got shit right. He got like most of it right, actually. And so I was like, what is this guy talking about? Or are they the same people just doing like a weird, sick catfish social experiment? I'm sure some of that exists in the IWC. Plenty and Pixel Art for $5 goes, I will die for McNuggy. Bro, oh yes, bro. Might have to get some after this. Thank you for the $5, bud. McNuggies, thank you, dude. I appreciate that so much. But yes, McNuggies are a must. But it's funny they're following this account, and he like removed everyone he's following. So he deleted his account. Came back, put out a tweet saying, I'm 100% a parody. This is a work. Everything I've told y'all is bullshit, whatever. But it seemed like he was being sarcastic. And then he deleted that post. And then he like unfollowed everyone he was following, but kept his followers. So I just think it just made me go, I don't know. It's either a plant or it could just be an elaborate troll, because now I'm like, okay, how are you just, I don't know. It's like you wouldn't be doing that. Either the account goes away or you're stooging shit. And he said there's multiple moles. And it's like, who are these other moles? AEW Mole Exposer? I don't know. I'm pretty good at this shit, like piecing things together, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'll get myself in X-Files. I'm just thinking aloud to you guys too. Don't take anything I say seriously. I don't fucking know. This is just me thinking it out aloud with chat. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $2 says, I'm going to download Blue Sky. Wish me luck. I didn't even download it. You can do it all. They don't force you because they're trying to get people to sign up, right? So they don't force you to download the app even. You can just sign up on your browser, set up your profile, everything. I did that just so I own my shits, and then I dipped out. I'm never going on there again. So if there's anything juicy over there, screen grab it and send it to PWT on Twitter. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, Elboo trying to follow the Mole. I thought you were the news, bro. I thought you hang out with Tony and them. Jay from Canada says, is tweeting a paragraph really necessary? And then this clear AI account. Like, look, that's not even a person. That's an AI person, bro. It's like a cartoon filter or something, but for real, for all we know, that could be fucking AI. I'll make you a picture like that with AI right now on the show, live on the air. No, but at swinghand_AEW, it's AI, bro. It's not a real people. It's not a real person. You don't put fucking AEW. Well, maybe if you're tribalist as fuck, but and then Nitro Korean flag AI picture. I don't know. Seems weird. To those who wish All Elite Wrestling to fail, here's the bottom line, because Nitro said so. AEW will last forever. AEW has grown to the point where it doesn't need to compete. Bro, then why are they trying to compete, bro? And that is not true, dude. You're in competition just by proxy of being in the wrestling business. Know that AEW is a replacement for WWE. What the fuck kind of drone-ass robot account is this? Know that it is a replacement for WWE. AEW is a company that promotes employment. Okay, so does every company that employs people. Gives many wrestlers a chance and a choice. So does WWE. I hope my words reach those who are praying for AEW to fail by counting viewership and event attendance. Yeah, I'm not praying for AEW to fail, so this doesn't apply to me. I just we can't cope, right? Like you're seeing a lot of this with like election shit too. You're seeing people, and I don't give a fuck about what side of the aisle. It's just like, stop melting down. Like it's all good. Did everything explode? No, you guys a lot. Yeah, like calm the fuck down. All right, it's all good. So it's not going to get better if you're fucking melting down. Like restarts, right? So it's like, Nitro, calm the fuck down, chill. Let's just take accountability. Go listen. Tony needs to make the booking better. I'm a diehard AEW fan. I don't care if you sickos attack me. It's just the truth. And I'm going to keep fucking, I love it better than WWE. I get that other people don't. I'm going to keep enjoying it. Let's fucking go. I'm batting for my team. Fuck the Fed. Even if you feel it, I don't care. Fuck the Fed. Fuck AEW. I don't care if people are like that either. But it's just like, you know, it's not like, I don't know. You just can't take it this serial. Otherwise, it just blows up in your face. Ultimately, this is why it's blowing up in their faces. Because the media aligned with them too. And that's where it gets fucked up. When the media's all just aligning with you, and you're clearly like fucking sick in the head, you know, it doesn't work out well. People, real people, like the PWT universe, like your boy Phil, we realize, we catch on, we go, oh shit. And then you point it out, and then it's like, all right, now we're not going to tolerate bullshit, you know? Now you're just gaslighting me. So, yeah, it always blows up in people's faces. Anyways, bodyslam.net says, grab him by the pussy. Jake Hager endorses Trump. That's so good. Grab him by the pussy because he has a lisp. He has a lisp. Jake Hager endorses Trump, attempts to educate women on their reproductive rights. Yeah, we covered that on the other show. What a fucking sicko. Andy H. Murray. So this was just like, I get what he's saying, but it's so stupid and cringe. And this is 15 years ago, bro. Whatever developmental system, in quotations, like developmental system, produces real motherfuckers like Samoa Joe, Homicide, CM Punk, Bryan Danielson, the Briscoes, Roderick Strong, and Kevin Steen is the best developmental system. So ROH 15 years ago is the best developmental system? What? So TNA is the best developmental system?
Shut up, bitch!
Like, they're all just coping over WWE ID now. And it's like I said before, Jack Cartwheel, just by getting his name mentioned in a tweet, his stock went up. And if you guys read what the mission statement is here with WWE ID, these guys can even go wrestle in AEW. They fucking said it. They were asked the question straight up. And the WWE, whoever the fuck was asked it, that represents WWE, was like, no, we wouldn't mind if they did that. They don't give a fuck. They don't look at AEW's competition unless they go head to head. And the reason is because, like, imagine WWE, okay, we're going head to head with No, but here's the thing. Yeah, they brought back some ECW guys, but I don't want to hear that shit. Like, Bubba was on TNA, not drawing as much as WWE or NXT recently. So was Rhino. So was Robbie E. So was fucking like. And then you want to tell me and Nunzio, and then you want to tell me Francine and Dawn Marie? No, the women of NXT outdrew AEW. Stop being pussies about it. Lola Vice fucked y'all up. Zarya fucked you guys up. Vacker and Julia Gulia fucked you all up. The Juggernaut from TNA, who wasn't getting Dynamite ratings, you know, like you wouldn't say they wouldn't cope for TNA like that. They just get, or they do cope, but they just get mad when they do similar numbers to AEW, or when people go, yo, they're going to catch them on pay-per-view sellouts. You know what I mean? They just cope that way. So it's like, dude, like, this is the best thing for pro wrestling all around. It's better for AEW. The people from the indies who come into AEW are going to be better because of this shit too. The people who get jobs there. So these people are just coping. You're going to see more and more of it. You're going to see it when they turn Jack Cartwheel into a real motherfucker. You guys are going to see meltdowns. Oh, but you guys hated when he did cartwheels. Yeah, but he doesn't do that anymore. And they're going to cope over it. So yeah. And Andy H. Murray, isn't he like one of those Wrestle Talk guys or whatever? Jake Hager's going Chris Jericho. So Jake Hager goes, I love all pro wrestling fans that think they're educated. Wrestling fans die, believe, fit, they're told, and it's real. LMAO. Do you want proof that Tony Khan is a communist and threatened me to be silent or else? Wrestling fans trying to sound intelligent. It's fucking funny, man. He called Tony a communist. Ooh, I love it. So Counselor again says, if these AEW Freakazoids are right, then Tony Khan and the Freakazoids need to thank WWE for bringing adequately trained people who got exposure on a big platform. WWE is going to make AEW safer. Yeah, true that. Wrestling Observer, the idea with the WWE ID program is that if they any wrestler under these deals gets offered a contract by AEW, New Japan, TNA, or somebody else, WWE would have a right of first refusal. At that point, WWE can either drop them or sign them to a contract and bring them to Orlando. And then we continue post-wrestling, right? There are currently no restrictions when it comes to talent under WWE ID deals, doing jobs on shows, or taking bookings. When asked about AEW extra work, it was said that WWE would not prevent its talent from taking those bookings. Why would they? They want them to get TV time and in-ring fucking time, man. It's so stupid to think they wouldn't. They don't give a fuck. They signed Jack Cartwheel, bro. Fucking cope. Red Bull, time cop. So Jake Hager tweets out the shirt they refused to make. Your hat and a guy humping the hat. Or the your. I'm surprised they didn't make this shirt. And who gives a fuck? Because this is a terrible shirt and no one would ever buy that fucking shirt other than an AEW mark, dude. So yeah, thank God they didn't make that. Or it's too bad they didn't. I would have trolled it. I guess I'm trolling it now. Dennis King, a member for 4 months. Let's go. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for being here. So, yeah, Heel Uzi goes, go to sleep. GTS, bud. Smackdown Hotel tweeted this out. I don't know why this made my sicko segment, but whatever. He goes, not sure why the Iron Sheik wasn't featured in the DLC trailer that aired on SmackDown for the WWE 2K24, the new DLC package. He's still listed as a part of the DLC, and we're just 4 days away from the pack's release. Well, it's called the WCW Legends Pack, bud. That's why you made the sickos. But I love SmackDown Hotel, so I'm not hating, but yeah, I don't know why I put that in here. It's the WCW Legends Pack. Sheik was there for like 1 year in Jim Crockett promotion or something. So Elbu goes, working on transitioning fully here to what? You what? No. You what? No, I'm just joking. Trying to find all my mutuals from Twitter. And yeah, Look at that ugly ass fucking handle. Backuphangman.bsky.social. Holy shit. They couldn't have just done backuphangman.bluesky or backuphangman nothing. Craziness. But yeah, if he dips out, good for him. We'll still get screen grabs, bro. Unpaid Critic says they didn't even announce Max. So, oh yeah, this is the other thing too. So all the sickos were running with this dumb shit I saw too. So Real Jack Cassidy goes, Warner Bros. Discovery announced their largest ever quarterly Max subscriber growth at 7.2 million during the third quarter. This beat out Peacock's 3 million subscriber growth over the same time frame. Yeah, WWE's leaving Peacock during the same fucking time frame. And they've been on there longer. So that's why it didn't grow as big. But not only that, right here, this guy. So AEW is a draw? How about that? Unpaid Critic points out, and a bunch of people pointed out, they didn't even announce Max AEW deal in the third quarter, taking credits for the Olympics. So the Olympics were on Peacock, got them 3 million subs in the third quarter. AEW Max deal wasn't announced in the third quarter. So like these idiots, they want to talk all this shit about TV ratings and yeah, let's go over to fucking Blue Sky so we can tell each other fake, false, wrong shit. And then no one can correct us on our wrong shit. And if they do, we'll cry. So we're running to Blue Sky. Let's just all go live in a bigger bubble over there. That's their master plan. It's pretty crazy.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Dave will dip to fucking Blue Sky and he'll love it. He'll be worshipped there, dude. So Wrestling Mark goes, there's been more than enough false dawns when it comes to people finally packing up and leaving Twitter for pastures new. Dude, if you fucking write that, pastures new. I really, really hope this is the one that sticks because of Elon and the general atmosphere over there now isn't catalyst for change. I don't think anything will be. Yeah, Tony owns a piece of this Blue Sky shit, bro. It's the only thing I can think of. Or Shad Khan or something. But yeah, I mean, what needs to change, bro? It was already a big, like, it was exposed that it was a big bubble, and then Elon bought it so that it wouldn't be as big of a bubble. Now, I know a lot more toxicity poured in because of that, but that's on both sides of everything. So I really don't know. It goes both ways, you know? But this guy can't get over the fact that he had to move to a new app that he clearly doesn't enjoy as much because he's urging everyone has to come over here. But meanwhile, he can't scroll that app and get all the same fucking little, what is it, that it releases in your brain. You know, like we all get those little like dopamine hits from scrolling fucking socials. Like he doesn't get that same fucking hit. It's not the same, man. I need that Twitter. Got to talk about Twitter. And he gets all these likes, but it's not fulfilling because it's not the same. And that's why Twitter will never fucking change as being the top dog, you know? And Elon made it better, I think. I know there's some dumb things where like you can pay for a blue check. You know, I do it every month. Don't make money off my shit, though. I did not verify my fucking earnings thing yet. I might do it soon, though, for real. I might as fucking well, but it's, you know, I got mini Mark's mouths to feed over here. But, yeah, I tweet this out. I go, of course, Ricochet had to jump in. So Austin Creed tweets out pro wrestling video games cosplay. And then Omega goes, still waiting for you to try that first one. So just taking a shot at WWE where he doesn't have to unnecessarily. You know what I mean? And so Ricochet has to pipe in, respond to it with like laughing emojis. And he's like, what? It was funny. But like, no, dude, you make yourself so unlikable on X. You know what I mean, dude?
You what?
You don't need to go there. So, moving along. AEW Mole. See, he deactivated, so. And then I quote tweeted and responded to it, too. I was like, bro, it's people asking him fucking pointless questions that we already know the answers to. I talked about this before on, I think, the last show on Wednesday. I was like, you know, people are asking him shit that's just pointless. We already know. Does Tony really let people sit at home and get paid? Yes. Like, what do you mean? Why would you ask him that? Like, yes. And then just people responding to every one of his tweets, liking and retweeting his shit, not hating, but like that. If he's legit, that's what blew him up. I'm criticizing him too. Him asking for mole signs. He put a tweet out there. He's like, yeah, I'm looking for a mole sign, and I'm going to walk up behind them and be like, mole, and then disappear into the crowd. It's like, well, you're the AEW mole, right? You know that there's not big enough crowds. And I'm not trying to be cute. Like, you get spotted in an AEW crowd, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You walk up behind a guy, go mold, and try and walk away in an AEW crowd where there's rows on the floor that are empty. I know because I've been to them. You can't fucking tell me that, dude. You'd get seen in 2 seconds, and they would see you. They would just plant a guy with a fucking AEW mole sign, and then you walk up and say mole, and then they go and stooge it. You know? So it just, to me, I just started getting skeptical. But we always were. If you listen to the mole stream, I said it. We're being fucking skeptical. You know what I mean? Like, we have to stay skeptical of this guy. So, yeah, we are. But we're not speculating even on who it is. I don't care who it is. We're just going to see if they drop any bombs, you know? And people saying like, oh, we can't have nice things. It's like, what's nice though about fucking, so far the dude was, so like, you just want AEW spoiled. I don't get it, you know? Because a lot of people saying the shit, like they just want to make fun of Tony Khan and shit. We already can do that. And we already know a lot of what the mole is saying. But it's interesting. The reason I wanted to go, look, he's right about all this shit, though, is because when he does drop a real bomb, it'll be worth it, you know? But now it's just gotten too weird to where it's like, I don't know if it is, man. This could be a troll or it's, I don't know. Either way, this guy goes, the real one says, a pile driver? We see crazier shit on Dynamite. And that's exactly the problem. They're desensitized. They're used to seeing a destroyer, pop-up, destroyer, kick out, 450. Fucking dumb shit that doesn't draw, that no one cares about. Go do circus shit if you just want to flip. The Olympics and gymnastics are a thing. Coach kids, you know? I don't know what to tell you. Not that I don't enjoy flips, but when it's like no semblance of a fight, it's ridiculous. But anyways, Julian Weeksy says, did we just see Kevin Owens do a pile driver on WWE TV? Ain't no fucking way. And yeah, dude, that pile driver had so much heat. I know George Captor said he knew someone in the crowd and that was there that night. And he, I'm not going to divulge his shit that he DMs me, but he knew someone in the crowd. I'll say that. And they were like, yeah, dude, it was lit. The place was packed to the titties. And the pile driver people were like, oh shit, in the building. And yeah, man, Orton sold it pretty well. It's obviously a work. Kevin Owens kept him safe. A perfectly executed pile driver, especially when it's just on TV, to where it's like, okay, we're going to put him on a stretcher. He'll come back at like a pay-per-view. This pile driver's a protected move. It's been banned. He'll get fined. It just makes sense. It just makes it, a fucking pile driver broke the internet. You know, that's my strong grapple down A move on every 2K game, but it happens in real life in WWE because we're not used to seeing it. And it's like, oh shit. And they're doing it again, man. WWE's doing it. They're like, okay, yeah, you can bleed a little. Yeah, you can pile drive them. Does it make sense? Yeah, let's do it. Triple H was worried about Randy. Randy just came back from almost never being able to wrestle again. He fucking gets pile driven. That should be an injury angle right there. Boom, it is. We're bringing it back to the old school territories and shit. And Dave going, oh, these old school guys like Dutch Mantell who talk about live attendance and the whatever, like the territories. Well, that's what's working right now is the draws, the guys who are draws, the guys who are superstars, the pacing in the matches. Oh, come on. They did crazy stuff on the territories and shit. Yeah, but the territories not like it wasn't week to week the way Dynamite is. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't. And oh yeah, it was for the people there. Yeah. If you went to a hot ass wrestling show every week, and this is before MMA's on TV every fucking night. And, you know, people are desensitized to wrestling as well. And it's unveiled that it's a work and stuff like that. It's before all that. And they're getting back to it again. It's hot now because what's old is new, but it's like with a modern twist on it. You know, and they're just playing catch up. That's all. And Dave's playing catch up because he's out of touch. and he just fucking projects that shit. Mike Saucely's gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Yeah. Dude, that is amazing. I hope people who just left the show get those memberships. I hope the haters get the memberships, but I hope people who love your boy Phil get the memberships as well. And 202, man, we got to 200 likes. Oh my god, round of applause for the chat. We've had like huge attendance. PWT is in fact a draw. And yeah, let's get through this sickos, man. We've been going for 3.5 hours, man. Let's do it. Roasted Dave for 2 of them. It's crazy. And then an hour and a half on sickos, bro. Anyways, you guys could see I was going stir crazy in the hospital there. But yeah, I don't know. These marks are like, oh, Will Ospreay would pop up from that. I'm going to use this in a video. So here is Brutus the Barber Beefcake revealing why. So people kind of thought there was something like this. I think even on Dark Side, they didn't really reveal why Hulk Hogan and Brutus like don't get along. But here they really do reveal it. Like on Dark Side, they may have touched on this sort of, but I don't think they really revealed it. But Brutus reveals fully what Hulk Hogan said and what he said to his wife. And his wife was like, no, I'm here to meet like my husband's friend Terry Bollea. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not a Hulk Hogan fan, you know? And it just like ruined Hulk Hogan's ego, I guess. I don't know. Let's listen to him tell it. Shout out Brutus the Barber and shout out Inside the Ropes.
He hit on my wife in his kitchen with his wife there. I mean, I think they were swapping, doing some weird shit.
My soda water just blew up everywhere. Yeah, it was a mud bath. It was like the great mudslide of the Tartarian Empire. No, here, I got to wipe down my... shit went everywhere. That's not good. Not good, folks. Okay, continuing along. The best guy, Tony Khan, soda water. It's great.
He's standing in the kitchen at his beach house, and he's telling me and my wife how he likes to lube up his dick with olive oil.
Yeah, I taught him that move. I tried that one time.
You know.
Sorry if you hear like dabbing. I got to wipe my mic down too. It's sprayed really everywheres. All over the place. Hopefully my laptop doesn't shit out. No, it's all good.
And, you know, and my wife is from Boston, and she don't mince words. And, you know, she basically told him where to get off at, and, you know, told him, she says, I'm only here for one reason. That's Brutus Beefcake. She says, I came because I wanted to meet Terry Bollea, my husband's friend, lifelong friend. That's who I wanted to meet.
You ain't hype for $2. Jericho intro as the outro. Do it for the universe. Yeah, you got it, and I did it for this show at the beginning as well. I made sure I played both, and I will make sure I do that for you. You ain't hype. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, olive oil on your dick, dude. Do you know how fucking hard that would be to like get off fully? Your dick would feel all like buttery and shit for like days, bro.
She says, I don't know or care who Hulk Hogan is at all. And I guess his ego was so bruised, he couldn't even face her again. So basically he said, Brutus, you're welcome. You can come over, but don't bring your wife. I was like, yeah, you know, that doesn't really work for me, pal.
So what you gonna do, brother, when me and RFK Jr. rub olive oil all over our dicks? What you gonna do, Jack? When the Hulkster, when olive oil runs wild on you. Jesus Christ, what a sick freak. AEW Neckbeards goes, this is not a cult. So look at this shit, man. This is AEW blog. Thank you, Tony Khan. The election results are highly depressing for some people in America. I've seen people tweeting out, like, as the world burns around you. It's like, man, shut the fuck up. Like, bro, there are countries ran by, like, fucking, it's literally like kids have to walk 4 miles to get water from like a thing that cows are shitting in, and then they got to walk back. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Anyways, but it's good to know that there's some good people in this world who are wildly successful without screwing everyone over. Oh yeah, he doesn't screw people over. Tony never screwed anyone over. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. The world is a horrible cold jungle. Welcome to the jungle. AEW has been around for 5 years now, and TK has already secured over $200 million per year in total revenue. They're just sharing this propaganda. There's no $200 million in revenue anywhere, and even if that's the case, they're operating in the red. So what the fuck are you even talking about? Which he shares around with everyone, and it's so funny because I thought it's not about that shit. So just say he gives money to people. Like, don't make it about. That's how you know these people aren't really there. They do care about the numbers. You can tell they're running to a new app because of the numbers, but motherfuckers like this want to go 200 million a year. Like he's Meltzer. Like this specific little data point they got to fit in there. It's fucking so cringy, man. Which he shares around with everyone. Signs deals on multiple major platforms and put on some of the biggest shows ever at Wembley while delivering the most critically acclaimed run of wrestling pay-per-views of all time. No, he's never done that. He never put on the most critically acclaimed string of pay-per-views of all time. He has assembled the best people around him. How do you say this? He's got the worst people around him, other than, like, I'm not trying to shit on Jerry Lynn and all, like the people he listens to and that are in his ear. Watch the NFL draft day, the people around him, and fucking tell me podcasting dirt sheet shills are the best guys to be around him. He has assembled, AEW pay-per-views are legendary for their insanely, consistently high quality. It has not been consistently high quality, especially in the last 2 years. For 5 years now, the shows have been 1,000,000 times better. No, they're getting worse and worse, bro. It truly is. The WWE's patronizing propaganda events. He's calling WWE patronizing propaganda events. Dude, I can't even say put. Jeepers, man. Patronizing propaganda events, dude. Because they go to Crown Jewel or what? How is it propaganda? Featuring women is propaganda to you? Crazy. There's been a lot of bot-driven negativity about Tony. A lot of bot-driven negativity. Meanwhile, you put out bot tweets like this and put out bot tweets that people that look like they're from Tony's burner. You know what I mean? Earlier, we read from this AEW blog guy, and we speculated it could be someone's burner. It seems like it is. Anyways, everyone involved, and sadly, there's a lot of gullible individuals who will believe it. It's always conspiracy theories. This is like these it's just everyone's dumb, but we're the elite smart people. Crazy. He's a genuinely good guy. No one's arguing that. A stats guy. I'll argue that. He sucks at stats. Family man. Fair enough. Won't argue that. Busy, but always finding time for others, and it's a bonus for him and his family that he is a billionaire. Yeah, this is a fucking cult, dude. And that's good he finds time for others. You know what I mean? Good for him. No one cares that he lives his life, bro. Like, yeah, he's a great guy. We get it. That's not, we're saying he fucking sucks at writing wrestling shows and booking wrestling matches and shit. He doesn't know what he's doing. That's what we're saying. So, nobody has been more successful in wrestling at the same age or within the same time frame as Tony. No, he's not successful. I argue that notion. His success was buying everything, just having money and buying everything. Whereas Vince McMahon bought the company from his dad for $1 million, almost fell on his ass, paid the shit back, fucking built it up to where it was. It wasn't doing great. WCW comes around, almost puts them out of business. Then they fucking build it up, and then it gets built up to this $1 billion thing. Without WWE, Vince doesn't ever have $1 billion. Tony Khan has $1 billion. If he never wanted to play wrestling, he could have did anything. You can take $1 billion and invest in fucking anything, man. Markers. And you can go like, oh, we're successful in the marker. We were able to raise $500 million in funds from my dad or whatever. My trust, where'd you get the money? My trust fund. Like, if you brought that shit to Shark Tank, they'd fucking laugh you off the show. For real. They'd laugh you off the show. Or I'm Canadian. Dragon's Den, eh? Hey, bud? No, I like Shark Tank better. But, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, no one's as successful because he bought his way in the biz. It's like, oh, I'm a terrible singer, but I bought my way into the fucking music business, and I got 1 million downloads on my shitty album because I just bought the most radio play and shit. But then you guys are trying to say we listen to top 40 if you're like me because I consume WWE. I'm saying we and shit, I guess now. No, but I get lumped in with motherfuckers, and I don't like that. Like, you know, people say like I'm biased towards WWE and shit, and it's like, no, I call it down the line. Just WWE stroking right now. And I'll always love WWE. Like nothing, even during the shitty days, I grinded through because that's what I'm just a pro wrestling fan, you know? I still check in with fucking New Japan. That shit has not been good for a good chunk of years, you know? Elbow. So this is what these cultists are going to do. They're going to run away to Blue Sky, and then they're going to misinterpret information, say wrong things, not get corrected, and then put worship posts about Tony Khan up, and all like it. This is a cult. Period. So, and not like the ironic, funny kind like Jim Cornette. You know, like it's unironically a cult. Okay? So Elbow says, I've had enough, brah. WWE doesn't reserve the sole right to have access to athletes in the U.S. in U.S. wrestling. They don't. They don't. They're just going to help these people develop and get better at what they do. Unlike you, they're not going to stagnate, Elbow, and stay in the same fucking mindset they're in and whatever. They're going to evolve as performers, if you will. You guys like to say it's performance, it's art, it's athleticism. Okay, athletic performers, entertainers, superstars. They're going to perfect their craft. They're going to hone their skills. They're going to have access to the best resources. It's like in football, bro. Motherfuckers go do they do training camp with the Bills. They get released. They go to free agency. You know, the Bills had first dibs on them because they fucking scouted them and drafted them. Let's say they do their thing. They go, you know, it doesn't work out. You go to free agency. You fucking go to another team. It's just sports, baby. But he goes, we're going to get Tony's attention on this. Tony won't do shit, Elbow. Tony won't do shit. He doesn't give a fuck about pro wrestling. He gives a fuck about putting on these shows for himself in these big fucking empty buildings so he can fucking drive his car there and everyone can drive their buses and he's got dressing rooms for everybody. He does, and so he can say he fucking competes with WWE. He doesn't give a fuck about developing talent and shit. Or he'd already, or some of this 250 million, the most successful on the best guys, Tony Khan. He'd fucking invest that into live events to sharpen people's skills. Doesn't mean WWE tour dates. 2 live events a week, 1 a week, and you just stack it. Okay? And he would invest it in like some sort of training program. He literally works with the NFL and professional sports. So the NFL, right? The Jaguars, the team his family owns, they have training facilities that the players have access to and shit. Watch the NFL Films Day. I watched it on Patreon. Okay. And I EFAP that thing where he's calling free agents. Okay, he scoops up like 6th and 7th round draft guys. That's like, I guess, what he's known for. But who knows? Someone would have to, I guess one of them makes the team every year. So it's almost like a Shad Khan. Yeah, Tony scouted him, so he's got to be on the team this year. One guy a year. It's so funny, man. But with the wrestling thing, like he sees it firsthand and he's too dumb to set that shit up. And why? Because it's not doing good shit. Like it is like, do we invest in he's not really interested in investing in wrestling. He wants to just go put on fucking shows. Okay. And then Ibu goes, we got to get Tony's attention on this and get shit shaking. But I thought you guys had the best wrestlers. So Ibu is just backhanded, just like Dave Meltzer. All these idiots lack self-awareness. They're too fucking stupid. And I'm so harsh on Elbu because he always like, stupid people will say this. And it's like the dumbest shit ever. And you're sitting there like, bro, no, you're fucking dumb. I'm proving it right here. This is irrefutable that you lack self-awareness by the. We're going to get Tony's attention and get this shit shaking. So all the people that you blow and put over and pretend are the future aren't good. All the prospects Tony's got, they're not shaking. They're not doing like AEW's not actually doing the shit with them like you guys all pretend they are. You guys see, they're not consistent. They're not consistent enough for me. I fucking own you. And I always will. Unless I get fucking dementia like Dave Meltzer. Okay? The fluoride in the water. Black helicopters. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way. I'm 10 steps ahead of you motherfuckers. You're not consistent in your bullshit. That's the problem. At least be consistent if you're going to bullshit. Okay? This motherfucker's like backhanding Garcia and all these dudes. You go to Elbu's fucking profile. It's him with a picture with Daniel Garcia and shit. That's your boy. It ain't shaking. He ain't shaking. Just his dick, right? In the Young Bucks face or whatever he's doing, right? Him and Aubrey Edwards shaking. Shaking tail, right, bro? Like, they're not shaking. All the young guys. The guys they got up and coming, the best indie rest. AEW's the best because it's got all that shit you guys are peddling. You don't really believe in it. And that's why you're mad at me, because I actually believe in the shit I say. And when I change my mind, I change my mind. I don't just go, here's this thing, and I'm going to ignore that my mind wasn't changed. Or I go, oh, I took the L on that one. And I'm not even the fucking news. You guys are trying to be news. That's what I'm saying. Regular dudes like me, my gimmick should be fucking no selling bullshit. You know, people just lying and making shit up, bro. You should be like real fucking. No, the facts are the facts and the stats are the stats. That's what people expect from journalism and shit. And I don't know if Ibu or Elbu peddles himself as a journalist, but Wrestle Pierce likes to be like all up in the news. They're reporting shit. And like they'll quote backup Hangman is like, well, this is supposed to happen. So you're a source. You're a dude. So your guys in AEW aren't shaking. Got it. Hey, Daniel Garcia, you hear that? You guys aren't shaking. You're not the future. He wants 6'3" guys. And exactly, they don't stand on the bullshit. This is to further what I was saying. They don't stand on the bullshit. They peddle. They're inconsistent. So why 6'3" dudes? Why 6'3" N-words, Elbu? How to work like Sasuke. Sasaki. The great Sasuke. Yeah, Sasaki, sorry. We're going to teach 6'3" N-words to work like Sasaki. Why 6'3" dudes, man? Oh, because like short, skinny dudes aren't ideal for pro wrestling. And even when you're just throwing it out there, like subconsciously, this is how you know he's peddling bullshit. He doesn't really think Garcia's the guy. Just Garcia shakes his hand. What's up, Elbu? And he covers him good. That's all it fucking is, bro. MJF jumps up in his live stream. You know what I mean? Of course you're going to love that. Tony Khan forgets to shake his hand on Twitter while he's filming it, and he fucking looks stupid. But he's there, able to shake his hand, you know? And that's what fucking Elbu. Someone needs to send me that video of Elbu trying to get Tony's attention for a handshake and Tony Khan walking right past him, bro. It's the funniest video ever. But anyways, why subconsciously are you like, yeah, we got to teach 6'3" dudes how to work like Sasaki? Why? Oh, because you don't actually believe Darby Allin and all these motherfucking junior heavyweight, cruiserweight dudes are it either. You like that they do flips and shit, but you want to see big dudes doing flips. Why? Because it's an attraction, right? Because, oh, the big dude thing, like big dudes wrestling makes more sense. And maybe that's a big reason why AEW is in the place it's in, because some of these guys come on TV and we're just like, what the fuck? How the fuck is Darby and Cassidy wrestling Pac and Claudio? It's two dudes who would murder these other two dudes. Unless their gimmick we're jujitsu brothers and they just do grappling. Right? This would make no fucking sense in any universe. And they don't think that. But Elbu subconsciously agrees with Phil Marks, dude. And that's what I'm pointing out. They're not even consistent in their own bullshit. Why 6'3"? Very telling. So, anyways, this guy responds to Neckbeards and goes, so what does Neckbeard say here? Let's get some context. Oh, yeah, this guy was fucking trolling. I called him a dildo. I'm like, they had Bobby Lashley, you dildo. So this guy was trolling, actually, I believe. So shout him out. He might be a funny one to follow. I'll keep you updated. But he goes, how does NXT gain viewers at the top of the hour, but Dynamite always loses viewers at that time? It must be because the CW is in more homes and because NXT has a 9-year head start of AEW. And then this guy goes, I'm glad you finally acknowledging the disadvantages of AEW has over WWE. Don't forget AEW didn't have ECW stars also, along with most AEW fans was watching news. So this guy's trolling, you know? And then I was like, they had Bobby fucking Lashley, you dildo. And he's like, no reason to call me names, and Bobby's not bigger than Bubba Ray Dudley. And then that's when I was like, no, but I think I respond. I was like, it's 2024 or something. And then it's like, yeah, he's fucking trolling. My bad. I just followed him right there on the show too, because it's like, yeah, I should have known. And that's what I was saying earlier in the show. A lot of these trolls are like, you don't know, because his literal picture is AEW Shelton Benjamin. Like, it's not even a fake picture like Shelton Benjamin with the funny mustache or something, fake glasses, you know, not even like a clever, it's just like legit what one of those accounts would have. So I got trolled. But yeah, so brave to post this. Jay from Canada. Again, Jay makes the show a bunch too. Shout him out. He goes, love how he just can't leave something alone. He feels the need to continue to post about Twitter. I don't think he'll be missed on this app. So Wrestling Mark, again, coping. No adverts, no blue ticks, no engagement farming, no bots, no random corn, no Elon, no going back. No going back. Bro, meanwhile, he can't shut the fuck up about Twitter. I already broke this guy down psychologically earlier. Yeah, the random corn is probably a good thing. No bots, give it time, and you're a fucking bot. Your brain is bot brain. And no Elon, dude, he could just start an account on there any day. So, yeah, I don't know if Elon triggers you, bro. That guy's like sending rockets into space and shit. I mean, he's just one of these wacky Einstein motherfuckers. Einstein probably would have pissed you off then, too. The guy wore Velcro, couldn't tie his shoes, didn't bathe, and had wacky ass hair. Like, you'd be like, you know, what's wrong with this guy? If you had social media back then too. So it's like, shut up, you know, let him just do his thing. Let's see. No engagement farming. I mean, dude, you're just talking about Twitter the whole time. Is that not engagement farming to some degree? Because you're all there because you hate Twitter. So you're like, yeah, fuck Twitter all day. Is that not engagement farming on that app? Right? Like, see, I'm too clever for you motherfuckers. We are too. The PWT universe, a lot of normal motherfuckers out here, which I pointed out earlier, dude. Like, and what is normal? I get it. Fuck all that. You guys know what I mean. Like, people who think critically, you know? Yeah, so no blue ticks. Give it time, bro. What they're gonna do is this. Watch, I'm gonna predict it right now. I'm gonna fantasy mark book Blue Sky. You guys ready? You guys ready? Chat, you ready? They'll make people pay to remove the bsky.social shit on this app. It won't be a check, but it'll be, you can get rid of the .bsky.social, and then it's not a check, but like it's still a social status thing. So fuck you, you know? No adverts. Yeah, how are they going to make money? Give it time, bro. Give that shit one day. There will be ads. I promise you. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Sicko segment. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So a round of applause as well for Sicko segment. I hope you all had a good time tonight. Jeepers Creepers. Man, there was like a huge turnout the entire show. There still is. And I mean, goddamn, earlier in the show, too, it was a huge turnout. We broke the like record. I think we might have got the most likes. I'm not sure. I think we got the most likes in like an hour. We got over 140 minutes or something like that. But the 0.17 demo wasn't actually Tony Khan. This was the burial of Dave Meltzer. Guys, thank you for being here. I appreciate you all so much. Please and thank you. Check me out on Patreon, patreon.com/prowrestletimes. I'm watching all of Tough Enough Season 1 with all Jake and shit. I'm watching all the Botchamanias with him as well. And his channel's coming up soon. Alt-Takes with Alt- Jake's takes on wrestling. Pardon me, it's a long one, folks. It's a new one there. I'm gonna have to remember. And what else? Pro Wrestle Times, the replay will be on there on that YouTube channel. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you all so much. I've been Phil Marks. You guys are the best. I got to get out of here. I got some things to do. Love you all, and I'll see you all in the Upside Down. And consider becoming a member and supporting me and shit. You know what I mean, dude? Who the fuck roasts Dave Meltzer for 2 hours? Hit that like, subscribe. Even if you hate watching, you're watching because you want to hear what I got to say. Fucking hit the like, become a member. You might win a PlayStation or something. You haters. Love you all. Kisses. Be good to each other. Drink water. Peace and love.
It is a fast-acting strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
Know that Smackdown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of Smackdown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
I love can see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Living wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things off and you're on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
So, hairline. I have Paul London imitating Aubrey Edwards. You want to watch that video? You want to watch that? It sounds funny. Like, I don't know. Those words strung together sound hilarious to me. So, let's get into this and see if it'll pop us or something.
I popped us already. We're already popped.
Okay, so here on X, formerly known as Twitter, still known as Twitter to many, we have Paul London imitating Aubrey Edwards. And he's here with James here. I don't know who that is. Rene Dupree, shout him out. And Ace Darling. That's a fucking throwback. Ace Darling. I think he did dark matches for like ECW and WWF back in the day, but never really made it. But shout out all you guys. Shout out Paul London. Here is Paul London imitating Aubrey Edwards. Shout out Cafe du Rene Dupree.
Yeah, she was like, "You don't recognize me, do you?"
Right.
Or something like that. She's like, "I'm only one of the most famous referees in professional wrestling." And he was like, "Oh, I don't really watch WWF anymore. Like, I haven't watched it." He's like, "WWE, please. I'm a referee for AEW. It's the newest shit. If you don't know it, then you need to go check it out."
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
And and then he was just like, yeah. She was like,
oh my god! London just bodied her, bro. My